Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Ferburay meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. First, I would like to give a very, very warm welcome to Laura as a board member. Her passion for historic preservation is recognized by us all, and we are thrilled that she has been appointed. Laura, we greatly look forward to basking in your expertise. We're thrilled. Debbie?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board. I have a couple announcements prior to turning it over to the city attorney for some notifications. First, we are short one board member currently. So board member Max Litt will be joining us at approximately 11 o'clock. So I have suggested that we modify the order of the agenda this morning for anyone who is looking for a particular application. I recommend that we discuss 880 71st Street as the first regular agenda item. Mr. Litt will be recusing himself from that application anyways. And then second, I would request that we take up 2660 Collins Avenue. This particular application does only require 4 affirmative votes, while the rest require 5. Therefore, after those two, I would recommend going back to the regular order. But first up, Jack, I would like to echo your kind words about Laura. We're very excited to have you on board. And we believe this is going to be a great addition to our discussion. So welcome and thank you for your service. So the first I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney's office. Then we have the minutes. Then we do have, because it is a new year, thank goodness, we are going to do the election of the chair and the vice chair following that. So Jason, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning, everybody. And again, welcome aboard, Laura. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present and remaining board members, applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 812-7228-7014#. Alternatively, you can log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID again, which is 812-7228-7014. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raised hand icon if they are using the Zoom app. If you're on the phone, you can dial *9 if you're participating by phone. Individuals who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit any evidence in support of or in opposition to any of the items scheduled today may be heard and appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center, located at 1901 Convention Center Drive, Washington Avenue, entrance, Art Deco room 237. At this location, a computer will be provided for you. On quasi-judicial applications, on behalf of the chair and the board, I'll swear in each presenter and member of the public wishing to speak. I'll also ask each board member to disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had ex parte communications. I'll be keeping time at today's meetings. Applications will have 10 minutes to present and members of the public will have 2 minutes each. If you are appearing on behalf of a business or a corporation or another person, you will need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before speaking to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not another party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representative of these neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principals on whose behalf they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor or against an item, encourage or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, before I turn it back over to Debbie, I'd like to swear in the staff. Staff, are you ready? Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Debbie.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jason. So, Mr. Chair, the first order of business this morning is the...
Excuse me, Debbie, I'd like to say something first, if I might.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, I'll just take a minute. Fellow board members of the Historic Preservation Board, I have decided to bring an urgent matter to the attention of the HPB so that we can think about the subject during the meeting, and then we can have a meaningful discussion at the conclusion of today's regular meeting. For some time now, individuals, primarily from the northern U.S. and foreign countries, have been transferring wealth to southern Florida via the purchase of large parcels of real estate, many of them with important historic residents on them, either because of the weather here, turmoil in their own countries, attractive tax schemes here, or the COVID tragedy. Many of our larger properties are in imminent danger of possible demolition and replacement with, quote, out of scale, unquote, and unattractive concrete and glass Lego box architecture. These demolitions are threatening our brand, as well as the environment in which we all live and cherish. We need to speak out about this most disturbing trend, as we did 6 years ago with the Save Our Historic Homes campaign. We need to formulate a campaign to reach out to current and new homeowners to encourage them to historically certify their homes. We also need to encourage the City of Miami Beach and the commissioners to further recognize the importance of saving as many of our historic properties as possible through offering tax incentives and other benefits to those who come forward to designate their properties, and all new owners to show them how preserving, restoring, renovating, or adding appropriate additions to their historic houses would be a benefit to them and to the rest of the citizenry. The designation of additional residential historic districts by the Planning Department and the Commission would greatly assist in these efforts to preserve the very essence of the historic residential areas of Miami Beach. These areas, unfortunately unprotected in the past, are now ripe for the bulldozer and replacement by concrete and glass horrors we see mushrooming all over the city's residential areas. The HPB must work with the City Planning Department, the commissioners, the Miami Design Preservation League, the Miami-Dade Heritage Trust, and others to slow the spiraling rate of loss of these key jewels of the city. A first step would be an emergency listing of those most threatened properties so we can work with the owners, both old residents and recent purchasers, to educate and assist them as to the importance of what they have stewardship over. Let's discuss this idea further under new business today after our normal reviews. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to that point, we do have a couple discussion items at the end of our agenda today, but I do want to point out that the Palm View neighborhood study that was originally scheduled to be discussed today as a continuation of a previous discussion, that has been deferred at the request of the Palm View Neighborhood Association to the March 8th meeting. So we should have a reasonable amount of time at the end of the regular applications for these discussion items. Thank you. Again, the first item, the order of business today is the approval of the January 12th, 2021 minutes. Do we have a motion?
I will move to approve the minutes.
Moved by Mr. Pascal, seconded by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor? I see all board members raising their hand, and Mr. Litt is absent, so that passes. Thank you. Second order of business this morning is the election of the chair and the vice chair. I will leave this up to the board if you want to table this until Mr. Litt arrives so that we have a full board, or if you would like to discuss that now. Any strong feelings either way to the board from the board members?
I would think everybody should have a vote.
Okay, so we will table the election of the chair and vice chair until Mr. Litt arrives. That leaves us with Mr. Finglass as our chair. Mr. Needleman, who has termed out, so was the vice chair, so we currently have no vice chair, but we will. So Jack, if you need to step away, the city attorney or myself can handle the meeting. But hopefully Mr. Litt will arrive before that occurs, if that occurs. So we can move on to the regular applications. The first application, again, we're going out of order this morning, is HPB file 200431. This is 880 71st Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a mixed-use development project on a vacant lot and variances from the requirements to provide residential or commercial uses to screen parking at the ground level from the required rear setback, the minimum average apartment size, the open space requirements in the rear yard, and the maximum allowable projections into the rear yard. Staff has met with the applicant on many occasions. We would like to thank the project team for really being extremely responsive to all of staff's comments and concerns over this process. We do support the request for the certificate of appropriateness for the new building. This is a 4-story mixed-use residential and commercial development located at the southeast corner of the intersection of 71st Street and Bay Drive. The building does consist of 2 commercial spaces, a residential lobby, 10 parking spaces at the ground level, 36 residential units, each with access to private outdoor balconies at the upper three levels, and it also includes a rooftop amenity deck. Staff does believe the design of the building is extremely responsive to the site. In this regard, the residential floors of the project have been raised, which will allow for views through the property, through to the waterway at the rear of the site. Further, the ground level includes individual pavilion pedestrian spaces. Those have been oriented along 71st Street, so we do believe this will activate and enhance this commercial corridor of the city. We do believe that the design is appropriate to the historic district. In this manner, the contemporary design has incorporated a strong horizontality as well as nautical influences, which we believe is highly compatible with the predominantly post-war modern fabric of the Normandy Isles Historic District. Staff has only 2 concerns with regard to the C of A. First, staff is not supportive of the lack of the active use liner for the entirety of the parking areas. I believe the applicant has analyzed the project and will be showing you an alternative that would actually satisfy this concern of staff. Second, we noted in the report that there was a lack of landscape plan for the roof level. That is something staff believes can be worked out at the administrative level, and we have included a condition in the draft order. With regard to the variances, so the applicant is applying for 6 variances. The first variance is the active use liner, while the majority of the parking is screened with active use liners. There was one portion that was not. So staff is not supportive of that variance. And again, I believe the applicant is going to show you some further development, which would likely eliminate the need for that variance. The second 2 variances are with regard to the rear setback and the area, coverage area of the rear yard. Staff has noted in the report that this is an irregularly shaped lot. We've also noted that the front setback, for the majority of the front setback and the side facing the street setback do exceed the minimum required setbacks, and they have introduced landscape in those areas, so staff does believe there's practical difficulty. We would also note that it's not actually the structure itself, it's the deck of the structure which is connecting to the waterway. So we do believe primarily that the irregular shaped lot does create practical difficulty and hardship. We are supportive of those variances. There are also variances for the maximum projections, that is for the rear yard and the south side yard. Again, staff has no objection to that. We are recommending the board approve those variances. Finally, there is a requested unit size variance. These are for residential units. In the CD2, the required minimum unit size is 550 square feet for a new building, and the average is required to be a minimum of 800 square feet. The applicant does meet the minimum size requirements. However, he's about 13.5 square feet shy of the average. Staff has noted in the report that the city's comprehensive plan actually permits 100 units per acre in the CD2 zoning district, while the applicant is only actually proposing to introduce 36 units. Therefore, we do believe there is practical difficulty in terms of the configuration of the lot to support this variance, and we are supportive. With that, I will turn it over to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Good morning, Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Traurig here on behalf of the applicant with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, Miami, Florida. With me here today are several members of my team, including our architect, Bob Bistry, our landscape consultant, and of course, my client, Montes Cohen. First, I do want to thank the board members for coming in person and accommodating this application. We very much appreciate that in these times. We have a fairly detailed design presentation. I would ask for about 15 minutes total. But I'll keep my introductory remarks very short. So I'm happy to report that we did obtain our planning board approval this past month. We had some issues with quorum, similar to the last HPB meeting for our item, but thankfully they did approve our CUP, and I'm happy to report that to this board. As a reminder, the planning board has jurisdiction over the operational aspects of this project, including the commercial uses, loading, delivery, parking, sound, those types of uses, and the HPB has reserved the design jurisdiction for this project. So turning to the application itself, we have a wonderful and unique design tailored to this unique property. PJ, if you could turn to slide 5. As you will see in a minute, the property is unusually shaped, but it is critically located at the corner of 71st Street and Bay Drive. We are the first property as you come over the bridge going west and the commercial nexus along the 71st Street corridor. We're also a link between the commercial corridor on the north, east, and west, and the residential community to the south. It's a unique position to be in. So just to frame our property, on the north is 71st Street with a gas station, a 24/7 gas station across the street and 6 lanes of traffic. On the east, we have the waterfront, which is really an important part of the site, and you'll hear about our unique resiliency efforts in a minute. On the west is Bay Drive, which is really our primary frontage, and across Bay Drive is a city-owned parking lot, commercial shops, and restaurants. And to the south is a vacant strip of land that is actually a different zoning district, and we'll touch upon that in a little bit. The catty corner to our property is the North Beach Fountain, which the city is currently investing in to create a premier community space. And you will see that this connection is material in terms of our design considerations for the site. We have put considerable effort to sea level rise and resiliency by designing a ground floor capable of adapting to future roadway increases, as well as permeable spaces all along the ground floor with very limited building footprint. It's really a unique design. We're asking for a few small variances that Bob will address shortly, but as Debbie mentioned, we are withdrawing variance number 1 for the active use liner on the Bay Drive parking entrance. After studying this issue with staff, we agreed to provide habitable space at this location, continuing the active use concept along Bay Drive, and we'll show you that revision momentarily. We are proud to say that we engaged very early on with planning staff to design a building that is reflective of the historic district and sensitive to the surrounding community. And we appreciate staff's very strong recommendation in favor of this application, and we agree with all of staff's conditions. Lastly, I'm happy to report my client and architect met with MDPL, and they are supportive of the staff report and recommendation. And through that discussion, we have agreed to voluntarily proffer, and it is already, I believe, Debbie incorporated into the draft approval, but a condition requiring a plaque on the publicly accessible side of the building, informing the public of the Tropicare structure that used to be on this site, including a historic photograph of that structure. So I will turn it over to Bob, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you have after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. PJ, if you could just go to the start, the first slides.
And Bob, do you mind if I swear you in before you begin?
Oh, certainly.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so I want to thank everyone, and especially with PJ's help, I'm going to do my best to get through this presentation in the allotted time. But we may need additional time as personally, and I know our team is very excited to present much research and efforts we put underway to develop a strategy and a rationale for creating a forward-looking, contributing development on this empty lot that fits within the contextual MIMO language and buoyant city resiliency guidelines for historic districts. And especially, again, thanking Debbie and staff for the assistance in research. I've got original blueprints from the Tropicare, a bit of research. Joseph DeBrito, the original architect, it was fascinating to understand that history. So next slide, PJ, and we have to do this pretty quickly through these. The outline slides are just to show we want to talk about the context of which Ethan's already given a pretty good understanding of the existing site, the planning concepts, and then the building design inspirations. So we could go to the first slides, please. Again, Ethan's done a good job of establishing the location. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is a zoning diagram that we put together to identify the buildable area. You see the somewhat irregular shaped lot that we're on, notably on 71st, the bridge. We're bifurcated with a strip of land that the city owns. There is currently a sewer pump station and a bus stop. We're hoping to continue to work with the city to have better connectivity to 71st, but our primary public right-of-way access is at the corner and Bay Drive. You see on the right side of this plan, we have a limited 50-foot rear yard engagement to the Indian Creek. Next slide, please. So these are a couple of images, again, to show the empty lot, the bus station, the sewer pump. Next slide. And we are a transit stop on the trolley service and a bus stop. Next slide. We've built a pretty detailed contextual model of the surrounding area to best understand not just building heights and context from many 1- and 2-story buildings to 8- and 10-story buildings, a very eclectic collection of building forms. And it was important in our study of the evolution of our building massing. Next slide, please. And now the planning concepts. Next slide. So we've spent quite a bit of time to understand from like this figure ground diagram that I've shown is illustrating the focus on the pedestrian connection and experience to the Normandy Island as a village, to the retail center and the fountains public spaces. So you can see through this imagery, the importance of open space of the fountain plaza to how we've developed what is in blue is our sort of light touch point of our building and allowing from the south, the orange color from the community's access to pull the pedestrian up to the site and through it. What's important is by raising, and you'll see the main mass of the building, we allow physical, visual, and light and air connections between the public space to the waterfront. Next slide, please. These next couple of diagrams are important to show the evolution of how we've developed our massing. As you can see in the upper right-hand image, we have the Joseph DeBrito's original Tropicare that stood on the site. You see the yellow on our lot is showing the buildable area within the setbacks, and the dashed blue line is the actual sidewalk. As you can see, we're pulled away. Next slide. Then we've broken the mass down by pulling the main building, the residences above grade, off of the intersection to again promote that public space between the fountain and our front door, similar to what the Tropic Air had done by pulling its frontage off of the intersection. Next slide. And then further splitting the building so that the main mass of the building above is more in context and scale with many of the buildings that are in the immediate area. And then next slide, please. And then the final important move is how we've bent that northern tube so that we could pick up on breaking down the linear mass, introducing the MIMO-centric angular expressions that I think really adds the detail that represents not only the past, but the future in this form. Next slide, please. This is really a diagram, a section of the big idea that we'll see more in a bit. But this particular building form where we raise the main mass off of the ground level is called a dingbat. It's widely accepted contextually. You'll see this all through the neighborhood in Miami Beach in general. And our goal is to bring this building typology to the next level. Instead of just a utilitarian function, to raise it, to create actual public space and public placemaking, as well as dealing with the resiliency of future infrastructure and sea level rise. Next slide, please. This is just a quick diagram to show we're talking about green roofs and sustainable resilient features at multiple levels. Next slide, please. This is more of a technical diagram that we can come back and reference, but shows building height calculations and setbacks. Next slide, please. The next couple of diagrams illustrate the idea, and we'll see in a bit, again, taking the MIMO sort of key features of the successful design. You see in the blue, that is the main building entrance that has prominent presence on our frontage. The orange boxes, the pavilions, we call jewel boxes, are small scale community serving retail pavilions. And the green arrow represents the fact that we pulled those apart, raised the building above, and are trying to connect to the waterfront. Next slide. Then we have 3 stories of the residences, 12 units per floor. Next slide. This is the final configuration of the raised pavilion, where we're trying to accommodate a scale for the pedestrian with the pavilions, and then a scale to the broader community and city, which is the raised massing. Next slide. Here's a ground floor plan. Bay Drive being our front door, you see the the green is the main lobby. The area that is in the green below that, we're calling flex space / parking, where we had 10 parking spaces on a pervious terra paver surface. The idea is that the parking's not dominating this project, and we want to have a ground level that pulls the pedestrian in, not only people parking, but as you see from the corner, through a boardwalk type plaza that meanders between the pavilion buildings and eventually ends at Indian Creek. On the south, we have a public access promenade walkway, again, encouraging public access to the water, not only for physical access, sight lines, air, and light. Next slide. This is the typical 3 floors above, and you can see the form of the building as I've illustrated in the diagrams, these 2 massing tubes, and the importance of detail that we took in the northern tube with the angular bench forms. And as you can also see within this irregular shape, we're tight to what our setbacks require. And as Debbie mentioned, our variance requests are really in the projection, the allowable projection of balconies, not in the building, encroaching any of the setbacks. Next slide, please. The top level is a tenant-only access pool deck, very minimal. Next slide. Okay, and then now I want to get into how we've developed the architecture and our resiliency program. So next slide, please. We took to heart not only the MIMO guidelines that the Miami Beach Planning Department had developed, but also the recently published Buoyant City by Schulman Associates to understand how we marry these 2 ideas of historic preservation on an empty lot, but a forward-looking approach to historic preservation from a resiliency standpoint. Next slide. These are some of the top 8 characteristics that I took out as really a scorecard for measuring how we developed the design. And we don't need to read through them all, but as you know, scale, height, the rhythm of the building, setbacks, the view corridors, important things like access to waterfront, which is written in the code, and view access. Next slide. And then taking the Buoyant Cities guidelines, of which many of these strategies we've implemented, and using just generally the concept of the dingbat raised building form allows us many of these features. So next slide. You'll see that these are photos from immediate neighbors and right across the waterfront. But the traditional dingbat had been raised to only really a utilitarian function to allow parking and service under the building, most of the time gated off. Again, we're trying to bring this to the next level where we've raised the building within our allowed heights, but created space that's actually promotes that pedestrian experience to use the space. We're not gating it off, we're opening it up, and we're creating enough sort of visual access to make it welcoming. Next slide. These are some, again, research forums on historic buildings, recent, MIMO, like in the upper left, successful building forms, and then some of the more historic neighborhood and broader Miami Beach, where you see this layering of angular forms and this kind of eclectic collection of building elements. Next, please. Next slide. I'm going to go through the next couple of quick images to show how our building is set into the context. Obviously, these are aerial views. They're not the human scale, but they do a good job of describing the intent and the goal. This is from the intersection, like from the fountain looking back to the southeast. Next slide. This is a view from the waterfront. And again, another important MIMO characteristic is you don't put your back door on the water. We have our front door established on Bay Drive, but we also are celebrating a front door on the water side with public access in units. Next slide, please. This is from Bay Drive looking up to the north. Next slide. And again from 71st Street. So next slide. The next few slides are the building facades. Again, the material palette, all indigenous with the Florida Keystone Coral. We're introducing green roofs and berms and living walls to try to calm and make this a more pedestrian friendly with the concrete and balconies and more whimsical elements that you see on the rooftop with beam poles and fun forms that again reflect back. But again, the whole idea is not copying anything that's been done, looking forward with, as an example, using strong geometric patterns in the balcony system, which are the tray cantilever balconies that you'll see are used in the building next door even. But the infill guardrail using a frit pattern in the glazing, taking more modern technology, but reflecting on imagery and form patterns of the past. What you see in blue on this is the idea of that historical plaque that we'll work with MDPL and with the neighborhood to really establish what they want the message to be on the site about buildings and other possible messages we can talk about the importance of preservation. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides, like this next slide, PJ, if you could, will show this is the south view, and I think the next slide, unless we went by it, I think we missed the slide. If you could back up to just very quickly. All right, right there, that's showing the two end facades where you see the raised building and the sight lines under and through to the waterfront and from the water to Bay Drive. Next slide. And then the next view, we've seen the south. The next few are just, this is more of a artist renderings of how this would look from the intersection at 71st and Bay Drive. You see the pool deck, the beanpole forms and whimsical trellis canopy sunshades. Next slide. This is from the entrance on Bay Drive. Again, the introduction of living walls, green walls, but marking our entry with the main lobby, and then you can see the porosity looking through the building to the east. Next slide. This is a SketchUp view of what it may look like from that intersection. We could talk a little bit about the landscaping. One thing we'll note, and I'll show on the landscape plan, is some of that land that I described as that buffer zone from our lot to public right-of-way is city-owned. We would like to work with them in introducing landscaping that blurs the line between the existing bridge and the public to our site. Next slide, please. Here again, you see the example up in the upper right of our adjacent building to the south, just past the empty lot. the idea of the tray form where the concrete slab turns up and you have the infill guardrail, but we're using a more modern technology with the same concrete strategy. And on the left, you see that clear open space of what could be public access kayaks and possibly a small cafe or restaurant lounge where the public is welcome on the waterfront. Next slide, please.
And Mr. Chair, 15 minutes has elapsed.
Okay. May I have just a few more moments? I'm getting through this pretty quickly.
Can you do it in 2 minutes?
I'll do my best. I'm right there. Okay. This image is showing from Bay Drive looking to the north. Again, the idea, which is very common in the MIMO language, is very strong horizontality, angular layers of building form, but then periodic strong vertical breaks in the massing. We're cladding our stair tower, for example, in the coral. Next slide, please. This is a view, again, from the waterfront, the concept of looking through what we call the understory of the building. That would give you that sight and light and view access. Next slide. Same imagery, next slide. Now I want to talk just very quickly about, here's the landscape plan. You see the idea of pulling people in and through the site with the green roofs above the pavilion elements, the flex zone where the parking is, and then that wood boardwalk. Again, the idea of the variance needed is that it's really because that rear yard is supposed to be 70% landscape, but to provide public and wheelchair access, we really needed a hardscape to allow people waterfront access. Next slide, please. The next couple of PJ can go through are just a flavor of the landscape plans. Next slide. The ideas of, again, architecture and landscape, soft and hardscape, promoting this sort of connectivity. Next slide. One more. I want to get to the variance, the last couple of slides, if we can go through these to the last 2 slides, please. Okay, here we go. No, back up one. We're showing on the lower left this retail kiosk. That was the one zone that we did not have the continuity of a screened parking zone. So we're working with staff. We've developed this cool kiosk structure that would then meet the requirements so that from the public right of way, you do not see directly the parking. And we added a solid wall and landscaping on the south border to block any sight line and say car lights, headlights from the cars encroaching into the neighbor's lot. Next slide. You see that now in the elevation on the lower right image here. Next slide, and then we'll be done with this. This is showing 3-dimensionally what that little pavilion building may be. And that would promote, public access along that southern corridor. That could be, a coffee stand or some other. We're working with, ideas on how to activate that for the public benefit. So that concludes the architecture presentation. I'm very happy to answer any and all questions.
Thank you very much for a most enlightening presentation. Very nice. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we open it up to public comment, are there any disclosures that the board members have?
I believe we all received a letter from Mr. Strauss, right, regarding this project?
Correct. That was forwarded to all the board members. And that was a letter, just to summarize it very briefly, requesting that something be placed on the site or within the building envelope that is accessible to the public and that describes the previous Tropicare building that was demolished prior to the designation of the local historic district. So I also just wanted to point that out. Mr. Chair, I believe we can open it up to the public now if you wish.
That's fine.
I see we have 2 speakers. The first is Daniel Seraldo.
Thank you.
And Daniel, may I swear you in?
Yes, please.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you would give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. Daniel Seraldo here on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. Good to be with all of you. And I also want to echo, we're all very excited to have Laura Weinstein-Berman on the HP board. I never dreamed that we'd have 2 millennials on this board. I think it's amazing, and it just shows that preservation continues, and with bright people like Laura and Max and other members of the board on there, we've got a great future ahead of us. So as far as the position on this item, our advocacy committee met with the applicant and reviewed the project. In summary, we support the staff recommendations. We would like to request that the final order for approval include a requirement that a plaque be placed on a publicly accessible wall denoting the Tropicare, the MIMO building that was left to neglect and demolish just before the historic designation of the neighborhood. Such a plaque should include a brief history and historically accurate image of the original building. And I just want to underscore the importance of putting things in final orders. We unfortunately have seen lately cases like a particular mural or maybe a paint palette that was discussed but not always put in the final order. So we do encourage you not to overlook that. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next speaker is Marguerite Ramos.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today.
I've been. Marguerite, do you mind if I swear you in before you begin?
Oh, yes, sure. Go ahead.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm president of Normandy Suit Homeowner Association, and I've lived in North Beach for 26 years. So I've seen the transformation of that block from a derelict building that was abandoned for 20 years, and then for an open space lot with no activity. I don't think I could have seen a better designed building than this one. I think it's absolutely fabulous. It's going to enhance our Normandy Circle fountain that's soon to be open, God willing, in March. And I think this is going to transform the whole circle area. We're going to see derelict property owners renovate their properties, all to be, not outshined by this fabulous project. I encourage you to please support this project and help North Beach enjoy our beautiful part of Miami Beach. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other members of the public wishing to speak at this time. So
okay, therefore we move to close public comment. Thank you, Debbie. Public comment is closed. Debbie?
Well, this is now the board deliberations, so I would welcome any questions that you may have for staff or any comments you would like to discuss at this time.
Who would like to go first? Nancy, good morning. You're on mute, dear. You're muted.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't know how I keep unmuting. I have a question, but first I'd like to say hi, Laura, wherever you are. I know that you're off to the side, but welcome, and I hope you enjoy what we do. My question is, I tried to follow this without really any kind of visuals. The visuals, everything went so fast, it was very difficult. But I want to understand, because the application proposes that you're constructing a 4-story building. Doesn't look like that when you show. I can't catch what it is that I think you have some kind of tower effort next to it. I could be wrong, but the speaker went so fast, it was hard to catch up with what we were talking about. So my first question is about the size of this building, because it was represented at the beginning of the talk that it was going to be, I thought it was going to be compatible in some ways with the building that was there. Building that was there was a wonderful historic building. It's a shame that it was demolished, but we understood the circumstances. So I have to understand the height of what this is. And if he could put up some visual so that we can see it, I think maybe that would help.
Thank you. This is Robert Pistry. Can I respond?
Sure.
I apologize for my speed. I've been practicing this to get all of the research and elements within the time allotment. I thought I was less rushed this time, but glad to go back. PJ, if you could put on slide 38, that's one. That's like the aerial 3-dimensional. We have a number of slides that we could show.
Okay, but see, I saw that, and I tried to see how that became a 3-story or a 4-story building. I think it's a 4-story building on steroids.
Well, it's a 4-story building with the first floor being the pavilion, small commercial spaces that are 18 feet tall or so that match, neighboring ground level buildings. And you see in this image, it's 3 stories above it. So it's 4 stories, but the building is raised a bit above. So there's a space between, and we can look at another image. But when you look at the neighboring buildings, there are plenty that are taller than this. So it's really a marriage between one scale at the pedestrian level, of which there are context buildings, and down Bay Drive and across the bridge, there are many buildings that are taller than this. And it's within the CD2 allowable building height. So, and PJ, maybe if it's hard for me.
I don't need to see much more. It was, so I thought maybe it was just me that I was missing something, but it actually is a much taller building than the 4 stories. And I don't see anything to make it compatible with that neighborhood. I know the neighborhood quite well. I don't see the compatibility of the building. It's a very nice looking building, but I'm having a problem, I guess, because I know what the building looked like that was there before. And I think it would have been good if somehow your building could have picked up some sense of that building. That's all I have to say.
One other slide that may help, and I understand I'm just trying to illustrate with what we had, is slide number 9 for the rest of the board. Again, trying to pick up on the building's plan and its angular form is how we look to respect what the past was. The slide number 9 would show the overall context that really is this variable elements. Can you go to that?
So tell me, what is the overall height now that we have, we understand how you did it, calling it first?
Right. So the overall height is 53 feet as measured from BFE plus 5. I mean, that's the key. And we can go, if you can go up a couple of slides, PJ, to the section, that would be, I'm sorry, I'll tell you the number. It's slide 16. Okay. So the way that we have to measure, the building height from the ground level that is at, we'll say, elevation 6, BFE plus 5, which is the city's goal, and that's where the street level is to be raised at some point. I couldn't tell you the timing. That would be, the BFE plus 5 is our ground level, and then what we're allowed to do is 50 feet, which I've illustrated in the blue dash line. And the only reason we're asking for the extra couple of feet, which are within, the realm of the board to allow at 55 feet, is so that we have the depth for the pool. So we're not making anything taller than normal. The floors are 9 feet 8, which is a 9-foot ceiling, which is kind of a normal residential space. But the building is raised within this envelope to create that understory space. Again, the idea of creating that active access from Bay Drive to the waterfront for the public. So not to be like the dingbat forms that are only 8 or 9 feet off the ground. This is allowing for the street to be built to that level and the majority of the building not to be affected. I believe this is what Buoyant City and initiatives across Miami Beach are pushing for, to establish grade level for the future.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question, Nancy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Who would like to go next? Kirk.
Thank you. So, well, first of all, the loss of the tropic air was a pretty devastating loss, I think, for a lot of folks in North Beach. Even sitting vacant, this building was a revered part of our architectural history. I want to first off to compliment the architect and the applicant. I think in terms of the massing, this is really nicely presented in many ways. Not only does it, mimic the sort of massing articulation of the original tropic air, which is nice. I like the dingbat form. I like that, you're innovating in a form that is present and iconic in its own right in this area of North Beach. And also, as far as the dingbat, I know there's a lot of discussions back and forth about dingbats. A lot of people hate dingbats, and I happen to love dingbats when they're done nicely. And the thing is, as well, interestingly, North Beach, much of North Beach's iconic history happened during, when automobile culture was very prominent, and yet, parking is an issue. It's an issue. So I think this is a nice way of giving a nod back to the mid-century era and providing parking and also the commercial activation. I think those are all really nice components. I do want to touch on this discussion of the tropic air, a nod to the tropic air. Again, this is an extremely prominent location in North Beach. It's about as prominent as you can get, being the entry to Normandy, the entry to what's going to be the town center, on the waterfront. You have 3 frontages on this property. I think it's really important. And the one component, actually 2, but the one big component I'm really struggling with is, as we're moving forward to celebrating the history and the vibrancy of North Beach's commercial areas, I worry that, the tropic air, even vacant, the sign on that building was very iconic. And I want to nod back to Mr. Strauss's email, because I think he's right. And so I would politely want to pose the question if there might be, I look at the design of the building and it looks like potentially the iconic tropic air sign could maybe be incorporated into, there's a wall projection almost in the same proximity as where the original tropic air sign was, which is very near to where this designated plaque sign is supposed to go. And so, excuse me, I posed the question, would it not be possible to try to reincorporate, to recreate that iconic tropic air sign? And I want to emphasize the point that, plaque is great. And I don't think that many people that are North Beachers are going to very soon forget the tropic air. But in terms of vibrancy, again, knowing that this is, a commercial corridor and it's right adjacent to the Normandy Fountain, a plaque doesn't really contribute vibrancy in the same way that the signage was. And I think there might be an opportunity to actually, along with the plaque, to reincorporate that signage in a similar location to where it was previously. And in that way, to add one additional level of activation to this building that would help bring vibrancy to this area. So that I would strongly want to emphasize and see if to politely to ask the applicant and the architect if there might be an opportunity there, and to also see how the rest of the board feel. My last comment has to do with this area of street landscaping, and I know that Max needed to recuse on this issue, but I also feel like, again, this corridor connecting from the North Shore Town Center to the Normandy Fountain, I think it's really important. And in looking in the landscape plan, I only question in those areas, which I believe are actually city property, but are included in the landscape plan, gumbo limbos. I just question if perhaps maybe a tree that had a little bit more shade and protection, like an oak tree, might be a little nicer for the pedestrian experience. So those are my comments, but I do want to say, in terms of the massing, the design, I was really happy to see this because, again, this is a really important location. It was a sad loss for the community with the tropic air, but I like what you've proposed here in terms of the massing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Would the architect or owner like to comment? I think those are two very important points he brought up.
Well, this is Robert. I guess just from a design standpoint, I love that idea. I mean, the idea of those vertical breaks, I think that's why it was there in the first place, to the horizontality, and have that out on 71st, would be great. I believe, and I'll let the owner, comment, and I think we would ask for that to be, written in as a condition or such. But yeah, I think from a design standpoint, that's great. And we could talk, and I'll definitely engage the landscape designer about the note about the shade trees. I think the idea is that we had to exclude that strip on 71st from our formal submittal, although we did note that, it would be under a separate approval, because we would like to make that exposure to the bridge much more pedestrian friendly than it is now. But again, it's not on our property at this point. And the meeting we did have with the city is that they were open to such a process as well.
Thank you.
I would just add one thing, that with regard to the landscaping, we have engaged with Public Works about improving that right of way between the pump station, the bus stop, and the trolley stop. So we will certainly take your recommendations and advisement in our discussions with them. They were very receptive to improving this area. Obviously, it's a critical link. So your thoughts are appreciated on that, and we'll certainly engage with the city on that.
Thank you. Kirk, does that satisfy your issues?
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who would like to speak next? Rick?
Sure. Thank you, Jack. Good morning. I also really appreciate the design from the point of view of the massing and the commitment to a kind of expression of resilient design, particularly for such a prominent location. So thank you for your presentation. That being said, I do wonder why there's so much glass on this building, particularly on the west side. I mean, I see that there are plenty of eyebrows on the north side and the east side, but on the west, we've got on the upper floors just a ton of glass that's gonna cook in the afternoon. And I think that the project would be stronger if it were even more committed to resilient strategies in visible ways. And the idea that we're continuing to build more and more glass frontage is kind of runs counter to the expression that I think you're going for. So I would really encourage some consideration for screening or shading those western windows. And while the breezeway and the open ground floor is great, I really would love to see some more about the storefronts and the ground floor. I mean, there's a lot of renderings from above and seeing the massing, kind of looking down as it volumetrically. But in terms of the pedestrian experience, the building that was there had such a great presence because the architecture of the time was committed to bringing a kind of architectural resolution all the way down to the ground floor. And today we're accustomed to just letting glass storefronts stretch on end, you know, for long stretches. And then, there's something, I understand retail needs visibility, but that's not a very resilient kind of design, I don't think. I see the renderings, depict a number of canopy trees in front of it, and there's some mention of, local materials and crawling vines and such, but still there's no kind of architectural resolution or character beyond just saying there's going to be glass storefronts there. Those tree canopies will certainly help. But, we're counting on something that's not on the property. So that's a little dicey too. I mean, I would love to have some sort of commitment that we will have canopy trees in front of all those glass storefronts on the sidewalk. And I wonder if that's something we can ask for as part of this application. The one exception I would say is one of the last slides shows for the little kiosk showed some care in design at the street level, but at the same time I cannot locate that kiosk on the site plan, so I'm not sure if perhaps we can hear again where that goes. And then one final question. I appreciate the desire for the green roof, but I have to ask what the depth of your planters are, because it looks really, really shallow. And of course, the landscape renderings depict a lot of green there, but we're not going to see that from the street. So I'm really interested in what the experience is for the pedestrian. What's the experience from the public realm rather than what we're going to see from above.
Thank you, Rick. I think that should be incorporated into our comments to Debbie for further review with the owner, if we would all agree on that at the end of the discussion, because I don't think we can resolve that right now. We need to see some more drawings and a little bit more work on that. Barry?
Yes, thank you. I have a few concerns for the building. I really do appreciate the attempt to activate the corner. I appreciate the attempt to memorialize, reference the original structure. It always, from the beginning, struck me like, where's that vertical element? And I don't think that's something that should be worked out with staff. I think Rick just hit a very, very important concern, which is just the glass wall on the west. It's just there's not much there, and I refer to this as a 5-story building. The building is lifted up 2 levels with 3 levels above it. 2 plus 3 to me equals 5. When I saw I guess it was on the slide, where to conceal the parking on the southwest corner is a 220 square foot retail kiosk set aside on its own from everything. I think that's what I understood. It looks to me more like a security office than retail. I'm not sure what would go there. I like the idea. I want to activate the space. I don't want us to end up with a bunch of little empty boxes on the streetscape. So there's some of my concerns. Additionally, though I refer to it as a 5-story building, I'm not necessarily making that a negative comment. I'm just trying to be more honest in my description. I do have concerns about lifting the building up. I am also appreciate the dingbat concept. However, in most of those structures that you go into, as Kirk referred that these buildings, or maybe the architect did, I'm sorry, I don't recall. It was utilitarian. It just went to a utilitarian height. Well, now you're going to make it dramatic, and I appreciate that. I'm concerned about the underside view of the building, and everything is concealed. I would hate to, and maybe this just doesn't need to be, maybe the architect is covering this, but I think it needs to be mentioned that I would hate at the end of the day to walk under there, see a bunch of pipes and connections and cast iron pipes and PVC and exposed fire sprinkler pipes and what have you, wires, junction boxes, as we see everywhere. So I wouldn't want that. I think the developer also missed the boat on doing a historic study of this site. Though the building is gone, the previous building, I'm just surprised that that wasn't done. And as far as the setbacks, I had some concerns. I'll say that my concerns are lessened now. I always have concerns when we're talking about a brand new site, how a variance is not self-imposed. And probably one of the biggest concerns I have here, and I know that I understand it's not a requirement, but is the parking. We have 36 units and 10 spaces. We have a concern, an existing challenge of residents finding parking, and this is only going to worsen that. So we have an area that already has a concern, and I think we're worsening that. The other issue, I want a serious approach to screening activating and screening this parking area, as opposed to a 220 square foot little box that looks nice. Don't get me wrong, I think it looks nice, but what's it going to be? I wonder if you'll even put air conditioning in it, because I don't think it's going to be anything. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Barry. Laura.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the kind words. I am really looking forward to serving on the board and smiling underneath this mask. I want to thank the design team. I know it's a really tough site. I've seen that site vacant. I don't, unfortunately, remember the previous building, but I understand architecturally how difficult that site is. I too am a dingbat fan, so I understand the reference, and the importance of resiliency in infill development is so critical as we look to these new developments. I'm actually a fan and supportive of the development. My main concern on the architect side is really how that underneath the plinth, you have a a water condition. So how that's maintained over time, I think that detail is going to be extremely important. A lot of these buildings, they look great in renderings, and then over time they deteriorate, the stucco. So I don't think as an HP board there's anything we can do to facilitate that, but just something to note for the architect, and I think the developer too would like his building to remain at a high standard for a very long time. I loved the connectivity of the site. I think that is very generous on the ground floor. And I will just add, when it comes to overall massing, really you're looking at things from the street view. So I really don't have a problem with the overall height, 4 stories. I know it's hard to make the numbers work on some of these more awkward sites. So I did appreciate the comments previously on the signage. I think bringing back some historic signage, although you are doing the plaque, I think just adds tremendous value, and it will help differentiate your product from other buildings. So those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for very good comments. My comments are that, in conclusion, when I saw this, I was extremely excited by the visual impact of the building for the area, and it speaks to the future, and I really like that. It's very exciting, and I think it will excite people who walk by it and look at it and experience it. And I love the interaction between the outdoor and the indoor. I think that's very, very interesting. Although I do appreciate Barry's and Rick's and Kirk's comments, especially about the signage and the screening. We're going to have a lot of problems in Miami Beach with all this glass that's exposed to Western sun. I don't think a lot of people realize in the summer how hot it gets, or it can get, without some screening, and it puts terrible loads on air conditioning, and it also raises the cost of operation and everything else. I think overall the project is really fabulous, but it needs to go back. Perhaps Debbie and staff can work with the owner and the architect to include some of these items that have been discussed, because I think they're all very important. And I would ask Debbie, since she would ask for approval for most of the variances except number 1, how she would like to make a motion, or we would like to make a motion to move forward with this. We don't want to delay anything unduly, but I think comments here are important enough that they need to be addressed outside of this building by the owner, the architect, and the planning department. So Debbie, what do you suggest?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I address the board, I did notice we have Matisse Cohen with his hand raised. He's part of the ownership of the property. Would we allow him to say a few words? Matisse, are you with us?
I'm here.
Good morning, Matisse. How are you?
Mr. Chair, board members, and welcome to the new board member. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that...
Before you begin, may I swear you in?
Oh, of course.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
This has been years in the making, this design, and I want to thank Debbie and her staff for assisting us and guiding us. I want to thank Mr. Bistry for really encapsulating the true tenets of MIMO and resiliency. And I want to address the issue of the retail and the pedestrian side. That was the major concern that we worked on tremendously with the jewel box. And if you'll notice, there is an entranceway from I think that Barry made some comments regarding that pedestrian side from 71st Street to Bay Drive. On every potential access, we want to invite the pedestrian in under this building to enjoy the waterway and to enjoy this open space and underneath the building. So rest assured that this is the main focus of our project, and that is the place where we want people to actually create that community effect and also enjoy the waterway. And with that, thank you very much. And regarding the signage, we're happy to work with staff and Debbie regarding improving that administratively. She's been nothing but helpful, and we're look forward to her guidance on that.
Thank you, Matisse. Debbie, how should we phrase a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Klein, did you? I don't want to cut you off.
Well, I think the board could make a motion.
Okay.
That's what's needed, right?
Yes.
Correct. And let me just recap the comments that I've heard, just so we're all on the same page. What I heard was the western glass wall should be further developed and incorporate less glass area, or more shading devices, or a combination of both. That the applicant needs to look at reintroducing a vertical signage element, probably at the northeast portion of the site, which is somewhat close to where the original sign was located, and that the underside of the pedestrian area at the ground level be further developed in a manner to conceal any sort of conduit or service, and that it be a material that can weather the harsh kind of marine environment that it's located in. Now, I also heard some concerns regarding just the overall height and the desire to see more of a historical analysis of the building.
I didn't hear that there was an issue with the height.
I think Ms. Liebman had expressed that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. But also, I respect and acknowledge and appreciate the retail, and I don't want that to be misconstrued. But I just question that one element of a 220 square foot jewel box, if you may, that I don't think that's what's going to encourage the public to come in along Bayshore. And I really appreciate that the developer is encouraging people to come through their site, because these are discussions I've had in the past of oceanfront properties where we don't have public access to the beach. And we're told, well, it's just retail stores across the street on Collins, but there's people who live a block away. So I really do appreciate that. I just think they chose the wrong element at that southwest corner of the site. And I would want that to be addressed, if it can be addressed in another manner.
Okay.
If I could respond to that, Debbie, just quickly, we developed that corner as an active use in response to staff direction. I think staff had a couple other options or suggestions, and we're happy to work through it with them, less in terms of habitable space, but concealing materials. So we can, if you would allow us, we're happy to work through that with staff, different options for that space.
Okay, thank you. Debbie?
So if there's no more questions or comments, you can make a motion. The staff is recommending approval. I believe the majority of these items could be worked out with staff. However, you could also request that the applicant come back to you and make a motion to continue the item.
I would make a motion for the applicant to return to further articulate the western facade of the building, address the signage in a manner satisfactory to the building, the neighborhood, and the board, and that Bayshore entrance. And to, again, assure that the underside of the building is concealed and clean.
If I may, before a motion is made to continue, I'm sorry, if we could have an opportunity just to respond to the last 3 or 4 board members. We responded individually one by one to the first 2, but there was a lot of effort and reasons for the current design and the commercial spaces and where the break in the building is. I'd love an opportunity for our architect just to respond.
I understand that, but I think you have, to ask to work out the western facade and the placement of signage with the staff, because this signage is going to be certainly a design element of the building, but especially that western facade, the articulation and shading of that, I think is more than the board would generally say. Work it out with staff.
Yeah, I think these issues should be worked out with this planning department and not take time here to work on each individual one. I think it's going to take more time than we have to deal with it at this point. I think we need to come back.
Yeah. Wait.
So could I just ask
Nancy, excuse me.
Jack,
Yes,
I
Nancy.
think that there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed. I agree with Barry, but I think there's much more to it to just say, oh, okay, send it off to staff. I trust staff would probably fix it, but I think what's right is to have the board have this come back with a lot of the elements that have been discussed by all of us.
Agreed.
Agreed.
So I would second Barry's motion if he is willing to, agree that there's a lot of things. It's not just the few that you mentioned.
I agree. My motion was not for them to work it out with staff, was to discuss with staff and then come back to us.
Good.
Thank you.
So I second that.
Mr. Klein, is that what month? Do you want it to come back next month or the following month?
It's up to the developer, to the team. We're here every month.
The turnaround time in order, Ethan, to be considered at the March is very quick. We would need all revised plans by next Tuesday, the 16th.
Yes, I'd like to ask Bob to jump in if he's got the clear direction, if he's ready to, get back in with you.
Yes, I'm pretty comfortable we can do that.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. If you guys could reach out to me, we'll schedule a quick meeting to kind of go over my understanding of what the board is going to be looking for.
When's it coming back?
Understood.
We're going to try for the March 8th meeting. If the applicant doesn't have enough time, then that will be placed on the agenda for continuance to the April meeting. But I think I have a pretty good handle on what the board is looking for. And again, the team has been really incredible to work with. So I have a reasonable level of confidence that we can turn this around for the next meeting.
I think they're on their way to a great project.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so that was a motion for a continuance to the March 8th meeting and a second by Ms. Liebman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I see everyone with the yes, and Mr. Litt is still absent from the meeting. So that motion passes, and we will take that up again in March. Okay, thank you, everyone. We can move on to the next application. Again, we're going slightly out of order here. The next application we are going to be hearing today is HPV file 20-0437. This is 2660 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the installation of a generator at the northwest corner of the municipal surface parking lot. This particular application is the city is the applicant. The board has reviewed this proposal at both the December and January meetings. The proposal is to install an emergency generator, and this is to supply a redundant emergency power system to the pump station that is located at 32nd Street. The previous discussions really focused around trying to enhance this very utilitarian, unfortunately necessary at this point, piece of mechanical equipment that is quite large. So after the January meeting, staff really sat down with the capital improvement projects office as well as the planning director, and we took a look at some of the board's recommendations with regard to enlarging that area, making it more of a public amenity. That would include reducing some additional parking spaces. We did look at that, and there is a major concern in the neighborhood with regard to available public parking. That is something that is a critical need for the neighbors. We heard from the neighbors at the last meeting who also expressed that they didn't necessarily want to see any additional parking spots removed, because remember that the current proposal is removing the minimum parking spaces. So we are not recommending that area be enlarged to remove any additional parking. We also looked at the introduction of an architectural screen, a physical screen. We took a look at that. We believe that in this residential district, increasing the footprint by adding what will be required to be a very tall, probably 15-foot tall concrete screening device is probably not the best option. We continue to support the introduction of the enhanced landscape plan, including future improvements to the parking lot itself. Most importantly, in the center of the parking lot, which is really just currently a sea of concrete. That is something that we are discussing with the applicant, and they have agreed as part of the Indian Creek project, Greenway project, which is just to the west of this parking lot, that they will do that. We looked at creating an amenity or integrating some sort of transit facility for pedestrians in the neighborhood. That is something that, although we can't get any sort of bus stop, that's something we looked at in this particular location, as the bus stops are already set and controlled by the county. We do believe some sort of bicycle facility, bicycle rack, or even the rental bicycles at the corner would be an improvement to this area, especially considering we believe that once the Indian Creek Greenway project has been completed, there will be a strong connection for both pedestrians and bicyclists from the Indian Creek Greenway all the way to the east to the city's public beach walk amenity. So that's what we are recommending as a further refinement of the project. And I know Mina Samadi from Capital Improvement Projects is on the line as well. I believe our landscape architect is also with us. Mina, would you like to present your application? Mina Samadi, PJ, it's CAPISAM is her.
Ooh.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Oh,
yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present the flooding mitigation, Indian Creek flooding mitigation project generator to you again. So I have a short presentation, and next slide, please. Debbie, can we put this? Yeah, thank you. Next slide, please. So this generator is required to bring auxiliary power to the pump station for flooding mitigation of the Indian Creek Roadway project. The project was originally designed with the generator on the west side of Indian Creek. However, this would have interfered with the blue greenway design that we have, and the community on the 25th of February, when they met with the representative from the commission, rejected that location and requested the review of alternative location. Many locations were considered by the engineer of record and the community. Next slide, please. And the fact that there wasn't sufficient right-of-way or a city property that needed to accept this generator was not available. So as you see in the map in front of you, there was different location considered, and pretty much on the east side of the Indian Creek, there are high rises and buildings that they did not want this generator in their vicinity. So we looked at again at that time and again this time to see what would be the option for placing this generator close enough to the pump station so that it does not interfere with its efficiency and operation, but it would provide an opportunity for concealing it more and keeping it away from public view. Again, we looked at all the properties. The only property that was really available is the city parking lot that is at 27th Street. Next slide, please. The location, Gen A, that was selected is the closest possible yet farthest location that we can have this generator serving the pump station. Again, the efficiency and operation of the generator is important to the flooding mitigation project. And so this location, again, was unanimously approved by the Miami Beach Neighborhood Association and the Flamingo Drive Association, as well as the City Commission. And this location finally was officially presented to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee on May 6 of 2020 and to the City Commission on June 24, 20, both of which were provided approval for this location. We submitted our application to the HPB board on September 22nd. I have, again, as Debbie mentioned, we have been to the December, January, and now February meeting. We have looked at an opportunity to look at all the locations and consider additional locations, but the parking lot, which is the city owned property, is the only property that we really have available to install this generator in, again, for efficiency and performance. There was concern with the board last time that what would happen once this property is going to be redeveloped. Any redevelopment opportunity will be presented to the City Commission and the HPB board. This is a GU zone property, so everything has to be brought to your attention, possibly the relocation or elimination of this generator sometimes in the future when there is opportunity for an option of a auxiliary power to the pump station. Next slide, please. Again, we received a letter. I think the board received the letter from the Miami Beach Neighborhood Association supporting the location, and it was sent for the last HPB meeting. Next slide, please. And the design at this location, at this parking lot, considered a few items. First and foremost was the efficiency of the system and performance of it. But then again, in placing it at this portion of the lot required for us to look at all the setbacks requirement. This generator has been located to meet all the setback requirements, therefore also providing an opportunity to create a lush landscaping area for it. Also, we had to look at the movement of the traffic through this parking lot and how would we affect the movement of traffic and the reduction of the parking spaces. The parking spaces are very valuable at this location. The residents and the many buildings that are around this corridor and the businesses that are along Collins Avenue do use this parking lot for business and for support. So we removed 6 spaces in order to accommodate the generator and the lush landscaping around it to screen it. So therefore, the location was reviewed and evaluated again. The Historic Preservation Board at the last meeting, they recommended multimodal use of the area. And as a part of this reevaluation of the project, we have modified our design. We've coordinated with the parking department. Next slide, please. And we have come up with an alternative location for a bicycle facility. Again, the generator is proposed at the northwest corner of the parking lot. It does not interfere with the with the circulation of the traffic, and it has the least impact to the parking lot at the current time. Next slide, please. In addition to, there is actually a bus stop on the west side of this intersection, which you will see in the next slide. But we have, as a result of your recommendation, we have coordinated with the parking department, and at the northwest corner of this location, we are going to be installing a bicycle rental rack. There we can have one or two, more than 14 bicycle spaces can be accommodated at this location. Next slide, please. And in this slide, it shows the location of the bicycle path. And across the street, you see that the Indian Creek project has already constructed a bus stop at this location. There is one, and it will remain with the, as the amenity with the combination of the bicycle rental facility across the street. There is opportunity for pedestrian crossing, again, to reach the west side of the Indian Creek. There is going to be a green way along the Indian Creek all the way from 25th Street all the way to 41st Street. Next slide, please. And again, I want to go back to the landscaping concept. There is a lot of room around the generator as a result of the need for the landscaping. So we have lushly landscaped the area with tall and layered landscaping. Next slide, please. This shows the difference between the existing condition and the proposed condition. We are trying to hide the generator via landscaping, which is a more softer and environmentally friendly concept. Especially the landscaping is used for concealing equipment in the residential area. Unanimously, we have experienced that the neighborhood wants more landscaping rather than a more harsher industrial type screening. So we are still proposing layered landscaping, tall landscaping to conceal this generator. Next slide, please. And again, as I said, there is the Green Blueway project that is following the Indian Creek roadway and flooding mitigation project. This greenway is in design right now with the landscaping and the walkway along the entire length of the corridor, where we do have the properties to install the greenway and the walkway, and it's anticipated to continue from all the way south of 25th Street all the way to 41st Street, so that it will provide a pedestrian access, and it has the capability of crossing from all the way the beach walk to this location for pedestrians and bicyclists to walk and enjoy this greenway. It is a separate project from the roadway mitigation project, however, is following the roadway project. Next slide, please. I wanted the last meeting, the HPB referenced the Sunset Harbor generator screening. Again, this is a very industrial look, and unanimously the neighborhood around the Indian Creek Drive have requested a gentler and more environmental friendly look to the screening of the generator. Beside the request from the neighborhood, this generator at this location, it was very expensive to install, and something like this will delay the Indian Creek project. In addition, this design has a very thick and very, the base for this screen had to be redesigned in order to accommodate the structural and the wind load calculation and all of that needs. In addition, this structure is not, this setup is not, because the generator and the equipment need to be maintained on regular basis by the operations department. They have to remove panels and adjust these panels in order to be able to access the area and maintain the area. So the best solution for this location, which is a residential area, again, was to create a more lush and layered landscaping to conceal it. We did not modify the parking lot again because the flow of traffic, in addition, adding to a park-like situation, we want to discourage, in a way, people gather in this location, because this is, after all, a expensive and sensitive piece of equipment. So by shielding it, by concealing it, we want to have less attention to it, and creating a park environment would be counterintuitive. Plus, we have the greenway across the street where people can enjoy the water and walk, and the landscaping that is going to be installed there. I think this is my last slide. Next slide, please. Again, thank you for your consideration. I can answer any questions you have, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Debbie, is it time for public comment?
Yes. Prior to opening that, do we have any disclosures from the board members? Seeing none. Our first speaker is Alicia Casanova.
Yes, hi, my name is Alicia Casanova. I am speaking on behalf of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association.
Good morning, Alicia. Do you mind if I swear you in before you begin?
I'm sorry, what did you need?
Do you mind if I swear you in before you begin?
Oh, go ahead. Yes, of course.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just heard, and I saw the slides actually for the first time that Mina just presented, and we just want to say that we fully support her comments, and especially the location. We've been advocating for this location, which is the only one that makes sense to us, and proposing the lush and layered landscaping around the generator and a greener generator screen to match the proposed landscaping, of course, would be the ideal. So we just want to state that we fully support this plan and this location, as we have been for the past couple of years. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rory Greenberg.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, thank you to the city staff for listening to the neighborhood. I guess Rory Greenberg, 5 Island Avenue, Miami Beach. I'm involved in a hotel on the street, and as we all know, this project has been going on for a while. So the new location makes a lot of sense. The neighborhood really wants it. We'd love to get our streets back to normal operation. So please approve it and let's get going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Debbie.
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Ferreira de Mello. I believe she's with the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it's exciting to hear Rory and Alicia on today's call, and others from MBNA here to support this item and to ask for your consideration. MBNA represents its condominiums and hotels from 24th to 63rd Street along Collins Avenue and Indian Creek Drive. Currently, MBNA's membership includes 53 properties, which is more than half of all the properties located in the association's boundaries. As mentioned at January 12th meeting, the MBNA is requesting for the Historic Preservation Board to approve the location of the generator, as suggested by the city staff. The request for the current generator location is based on numerous meetings with MBNA's membership and the additional stakeholders in city, county, state staff, elected officials, and also in consensus with the Flamingo Drive Association. In these meetings that took place over a 2-year span of time, we advocated to assure Mid-Beach obtains a non-interrupted walkway within the proposed landscape project and a protected bike lane along Indian Creek Drive, which are both located across the street from the proposed generator location. The protected bike lane did require for the community to concede some street parking, and that's important because the proposed generator is within the parking lot adjacent to these properties. And just to wrap it up, the MBNA appreciates the Historic Preservation Board's recommendation to enhance the public space and to assure the area around the generator is maximized as an asset in our community. It was creative and forward thinking, but on behalf of MBNA, we respectfully disagree that making the area surrounding the generator a park-like facility would be the right fit for our community. MBNA wants the environmentally friendly and landscape screening for the generator, and honestly, we want it hidden rather than emphasized in our community. Our decision to support this current location was not made lightly, and we hope you'll agree with the community's and the city's position on the proposed generator location. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else, Debbie?
I do not see anyone else.
Okay. Recognizing that, we're going to close public comment and move on to board discussion. Who would like to go first? Nancy.
This is about the third, fourth time we've heard this. And I agree with what the residents want. That is the best judge of what to do there. So that's my support. And I hope that we approve it today. It's been enough discussion.
Thank you for your sage comments and suggestions. Barry.
I agree. The residents, I guess, know where to put it, but I feel I didn't mean anything like that, but place it. But I feel this is the third time around. I feel like the applicant has not paid us much mind. I believe, if I recall correctly, our position was to look at placing this more within the parking structure area, away from the corner. I don't think the residents would mind it away from the corner. I think they would appreciate it farther away from them. And there was also discussion at last meeting to increase the green area on Indian Creek, south of the generator. I don't see where that was taken into consideration. But I don't, this is just going to keep coming back. And so I don't know what to say about it. It's the city's project. The neighborhood wants it away from them, and the neighborhood wants it done. And but I think the city could have done a better job than what they're doing.
Thank you, Barry. Kirk.
So I agree with Nancy. I agree with Barry. I don't think it's really fair to hold the community hostage on this. They need it. They want it. I will say, for the record, as a ongoing solution, there's many components of how this is being done that I don't agree with. I did not agree with the wrap. I think the project is a little better because certain board members were persistent on getting a little bit more tree canopy in the parking lot. I might worry as a ongoing solution that just adding layers and layers of greenery in a parking lot, you might create an unwanted condition of having a place where people can park and go and hide and do things they don't want to do in public. I don't know. I don't think it's a great ongoing solution for these, but in this instance, I think that emphatically that we should support the community and support the residents and let this move forward, because I feel like we're just going to beat heads against the wall to pursue it any further. So I'm ready to support it.
Can I just add to what I said?
Sure.
Are you, wait, do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. No, I thought we haven't, the bicycle racks were a new addition, and I think that's a very important thing for that area.
Okay.
I think so. And if you look at the photo that was shown, I don't remember if it was shown each time, but the photo that was shown shows the whatever it's called, the generator in the corner, and it shows a very wide open, nice looking parking lot. So I support it for the second time today.
Okay, thank you. Rick.
Thank you, Jack, and thank you for the updated presentation. I understand you've been working on this for a long time. I know it's difficult to manage so many kind of conflicting interests and complex criteria for this otherwise very straightforward project. I still think it's in the wrong place. I don't think this belongs on the public waterfront. I appreciate the little bit of additional green space has been added to it, but to be honest, the drawings that were shared are very hard to read, so I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. I really can't support this in good faith. I understand that it needs to move forward, and it'll do so with others supporting it. But I think it's a fundamental problem with the
generators.
And it's just that the paradigm of putting engineering before everything else.
It's the wrong place.
So it's just the wrong place, and I understand that it needs to be somewhere there, but it just doesn't make any sense to put it on the waterfront. I would support it if it were to be lined with a public bench and a canopy, so that it had a different function and not just this one-dimensional pragmatic function, but if it actually contributed something to the public domain. Furthermore, I think that if we're looking at that parking lot, there's an excess of asphalt, right? Because of the angle of the street and the rigid geometry of the parking lot. So you could actually reduce the asphalt and increase the green space and turn this into something. I would suggest you support a public competition for a more thoughtful and inspired bench or screen or canopy or a mural or whatever else, so that it becomes a place and not just a generator. But that's my view, and otherwise I'm happy that this will be moving forward today. It'll be without my vote.
Thank you, Rick. Laura.
Hi, everyone. So I'm definitely supportive of the residents. I think this area has been a disaster for a very long time, and I understand the frustration. I don't know the full history of previous to this meeting where the locations were, but I wholeheartedly agree that we need to really find creative solutions for these challenges of how this resiliency infrastructure integrates within the historic landscape. It's going to continue to be a design challenge for the city, and I think incorporating that within maybe the Buoyant City guidelines, some recommendations would be extremely helpful.
Thank you, Laura. Are you done, Laura? Hello?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. My turn. I agree 100% with Rick. I think if this were somewhat more camouflaged and made it look like an entity of some sort, I think it would be much, much better. The residents want it, the city wants it, but the rush to expediency to me is just not right. It's come back several times. Apparently, they have not listened to us at all that I can see. And I don't want to nix the project. It's very necessary, and I just don't know what to do here, because I can't be for this in my heart, and it just hasn't been thought about properly. It's a very prominent spot I agree with everything that Rick said, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't want to be a vote to sink it, but it's very necessary, God knows. But it's not been handled in the right way, in my opinion, at all. So, does anybody else need to speak? I think I've covered everybody. Okay, Debbie.
Mr. Chair, just one quick update. I see board member Max Litt has joined us.
Hi, Max.
PJ, if we can move him over to panelist. He has his hand up. Good morning, Max.
Good morning.
Max, just a brief recap. We did just hear the presentation for the Indian Creek generator, 2660 Collins Avenue. And the board, we're in board discussion now. I believe we don't have a motion yet, Mr. Chair, but we can open up to a motion if any of the board members.
Does Max have anything to say about it?
I did have thoughts on this one. I just want to make sure it's appropriate. I joined kind of midstream on this for the board discussion component. Would it be all right if I
Sure, please.
Yeah, there was, sorry, I'm getting situated here. The way that there was an aspect in when this came up in the last meeting that didn't quite sit with me right, and I was trying to figure out what it was, and it almost seems like the way that we're talking about it, that the city was dropping this infrastructure in the community, and there's no benefit. It's only a nuisance, but keeping in mind that this is serving a purpose, that I think should be part of our calculus and thinking about it. I'm in a place where I'm supportive of seeing this go forward. I think our discussion so far has led to some improvements in the project itself, in the form of the increased tree canopy and better resilience, urban heat island mitigation, that sort of thing. I was wondering if other members would be open to a motion, and I'm not sure where this would be directed, if it's for city staff or if it's for DRB, but to consider design guidelines for infrastructure. It could be in historic districts or it could be citywide, but maybe our purview for historic districts, so that there would be, to address some of these concerns that we have about the screening and compatibility overall, to the extent that pumping stations and generators are going to remain a core strategy for keeping streets and buildings dry. We can expect to see more of these, and this could be an opportunity to deliver more than the bare minimum from a design standpoint. But I don't know if I want to make this project the example of it. I think we drove some incremental improvement here and can set a course for future improvement as well. But I would be supportive of having this go through today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Max. Debbie, I have a question. What vote is necessary here? Is it 5?
We require 4 affirmative votes.
4, okay.
To approve the
of 7 people.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm willing to move it. I don't know if there's any amendments that any board members that are opposed would like to maybe try interjecting that staff could do, but either way, I'd like to see this move forward. So I'm moving it forward based on staff.
I'll second your motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and that's with staff's recommendations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes, I'm in favor of moving it forward. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez.
No.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
No.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
No.
Okay, that motion passes, correct? Yes. That project was approved. Thank you, everyone. And just to board member Litt's comment about potentially looking at this more holistically as a set of guidelines. This was something that I know the Design Review Board several years ago looked at in terms of general strategies for these pump stations and generators and screening. Primarily because most of these early installations have been non-historic district located installations. So I think it might be a good idea if at the end of the meeting you want to talk about this maybe a little bit more and place a discussion item on a future agenda where we can see more specifically what types of ideas the board may have just to get ahead of this, so that because we will be seeing more of these. And I think it might be a good idea for a future meeting to invite other city departments to discuss the general strategies. Obviously, anything the board looks at is on a case-by-case basis, but I think that might be helpful going forward as well. So just keep that in mind for the end of the agenda, if you would like to discuss that further.
Sure. Thank you, Debbie.
Absolutely. And the next application is, do you want to move, Mr. Chair, on to the next application? Does anyone need a quick break for the people who are, especially at the convention center?
Debbie and Mr. Chair, do you think now would be a good time to vote for the new chair and vice chair?
Yes.
Now that we have a full board?
Thank you, Jason. That's a great idea. Mr. Chair?
Excuse me, I believe Mr. Klein has stepped away just for a second.
Okay. Mr. Chair, do you want to take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
If people need to stretch their legs. So let's take a very quick 5-minute break. Hopefully Mr. Klein will be back when we return. We'll see you at 11:20. So please turn your cameras off. When you come back, turn your cameras back on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. Is the next project 6th Street?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. Back to the regular order of the agenda. The next item is HPB 20-0420. This is 1030 6th Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of all buildings on the site and the construction of an attached addition as part of a new hotel development, including one or more waivers and variances to reduce the required setbacks, to reduce the required open space, and to reduce the minimum hotel unit size. So that's 6 variances in total is what the applicant is applying for. This particular project is part of a new hotel development. The applicant is proposing to construct an attached addition at the rear of the site. The proposed project will consist of 65 hotel units, a roof deck and pool, and an 80-seat restaurant. In order to construct the new attached addition, the applicant is proposing to demolish approximately 70% of the center building. And the portion of the center building that will be retained is proposed to be substantially restored, as well as the other 2 contributing buildings on the site are proposed to be substantially restored. I would point out that another component of this site, which makes it very significant, is the courtyard plan. And the applicant is proposing to retain that courtyard plan. At the November meeting, the board did review this project. Staff had some concerns with regard to the massing and height of the building as it related to the existing 2-story contributing structures. The board had issued some comments as well. Since the November meeting, the applicant has made some modifications to the project, including reducing the overall height of the building by 1 story, so that was lowered by 10 feet. The main 6-story portion of the building has been reduced in width by 8 foot 3 inches. The previous 7th floor units have been relocated to 5-story wings on either side of the tower. These wings are now proposed to be set back 5 feet from the side property lines, and that would be in line with the existing side setbacks of the contributing buildings. Additionally, the walkout balconies at the upper levels have been eliminated and converted to balconettes. The location of the new addition is what really is driving the vast majority of the variances sought. So 2 of the variances are with regard to the rear setback, which is the south side of the site. Again, this is being driven because of the desire to not only retain the contributing buildings, but also to retain the very significant courtyard plan. The majority of the building at the rear is set back 5 feet. However, there is a small portion where the elevators are located that actually it comes even closer to the rear setback and is 1 foot away. But that's, again, a very small portion of the site. An additional variance that's associated with the rear is the rear yard lot coverage. The applicant is asking for a variance to reduce the required 70%. Again, staff finds that there is practical difficulty and hardship due to the desire to retain the historic character of the site. The other 2 variances are relative to the interior side property line. Again, staff believes that there is practical difficulty with the 3 contributing buildings on the site and the location of the new addition to warrant approval of that variance. The last variance is with regard to hotel unit size. Staff is not as supportive of this particular variance, as we did not believe that there was sufficient hardship identified. And we have noted that in our analysis. So for hotel units in this particular area of the city, in new construction, you are required to have a minimum of 300 to 315 square feet for 15% of the units, and 85% of the units have to be greater than 335 feet. Staff would note that they meet the minimum unit sizes, so they don't have any unit sizes that are less than 300 square feet. However, their percentages are not consistent with the required. So they have approximately 63% between 300 square feet and 335 square feet, and they have approximately 37% of the units that exceed the 335 square feet. So it's not a significant variance that they're asking for, but nonetheless, staff was unable to find a hardship for this particular variance, so we are not recommending approval of that. But we are recommending approval of the project subject to the conditions outlined in the draft order. I see Mickey Marrero and Jennifer McConney from the applicant's team here to present. I also want to note that I did forward the board members a letter of support from the Hohauser family. Henry Hohauser was the original architect of this particular site.
Thank you, Debbie. Shall we have the project presentation, please?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff. Mickey Marrero, law firm Burkheimer, Del Fernandez, Larkin and Tapinis, attorney for the property owner and applicant. With me today is Jennifer McConney, our project architect, and we have some other folks on the line, including the owner and the landscape architect, should there be questions for those folks.
Mickey, do you mind if I swear your team in?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Okay. So I think for at least 6 of you, we were here in November and we made a full presentation. Laura, welcome to the board. I know you're new. I'm not sure if you watched the meeting in November, but we'd love to for Jennifer to give a presentation, at least a brief presentation of the overview of the project, so you have an understanding. But before she does that, I'd just like to go over some of the points. Really, frankly, we agree with staff on just about everything, except for one minor thing that she pointed out, as you can imagine. When we met with you all in November, there was some staff concerns, and several of you all made the same concern that the height was if it would just be a little bit shorter, it would be great. I think generally there was support for the project from most of the board, but there was a concern that it was just a little too tall. So we went back and as Debbie said, we adjusted that. We were able to bring it down. As you know, we're working with a very small area because we are preserving 2 of the contributing buildings in their entirety. We're preserving the courtyard in its total, size, and we're actually preserving the front 30% of that rear building. So we're thrilled that we can preserve, and our client's thrilled that Jennifer was able to find a way to get a project to work here that preserved so much of the contributing areas. But by doing so, we're very much limited in the area we have to work with. So all those variances as to setbacks are, as Debbie said, directly related to the fact that we're given a really less than a quarter of the site to work with to put the building. But thankfully, I think Jennifer's done a great job of successfully making that work. We had to get re-advertised because the setback slightly changed in the rear by bringing the building down. And also, we did add that variance on the unit size percentages. And I want you to explain that a little bit because that's the only disagreement that we have with staff. I think that is, although not directly related like the setbacks, it is related to the limited space that we have, because when we were able to bring the building down and sort of reapportion the units, it's just the way that and Jennifer can explain this in a little more detail, it's just the way that it worked out, bringing the units. We're not asking for more units than we're allowed, and we're not asking for anything less than the minimum 300. It's just the percentages. So we're talking about 10, 15 square feet a unit, but it's just because when we redistributed the units by bringing the building down, it resulted in a slight change in the unit sizes. It's almost imperceivable to a guest coming in, this slight, like 2, 3, 4% change in size. But again, I'll let Jennifer get into that. As to Mr. Hohauser, we were sort of surprised. Herman Hohauser, who is Henry's nephew, heard about the project and heard that we were hoping to name the hotel the Hohauser Hotel. So he actually reached out to Jennifer, and we put him in touch with the owner, shared the plans, and he shared it with his family. And they love the project. They're thrilled that we wanted to honor his uncle. So we did get a letter of support from Herman and the family. And as Debbie said, she shared that with the board. So we were just very happy, that kind of a surprise. We didn't seek it. He saw us. So that was exciting. And the last minor thing, there was some concerns from the neighborhood, and I think a few of the board members expressed the same, that the balconies would result in some folks looking into the neighborhood. As a result, Jennifer was able to bring those in to make them really not walkable balconies anymore. But we felt it was an important design element, so they stayed. With that, those really are the main points that I wanted to bring up. Jennifer, if you could quickly go over the plans and the changes made, especially so folks that don't have a strong recollection of last year, and for Laura, who's new to the board. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Can you bring up the slides? Great. Thanks. We'll make this definitely a condensed version than last time, but I'm going to go over just the location. We're on 6th Street and Lenox, right next to that new Target structure, and then across just to the west, the big retail center that's about 83 feet tall. Next slide. So this is how the site exists today, although as you can see in the aerial photo, the garage in the back is completed now. We submitted this a long time ago, so now that this is done. When we came to the site originally, we saw these collection of 3 buildings, and we said, we have to keep this, because the most important thing about this whole site is really that courtyard and how the facades of those 3 buildings face the courtyard and frame it. And the people that are living there now really use this space. They have barbecues, they park their bikes there. It really hasn't changed since it was built. It's kind of like it's almost exactly like it was back in the 40s. Next slide. So here you can see the elevations. All 3 elevations of the buildings are exactly the same. They have all the windows were changed except for the octagon windows, like after Hurricane Andrew. but almost everything is exactly like it was when it was built. Next slide. These are some more images of the courtyard and how the buildings approach there on the bottom bottom right. As you can see, as you enter the courtyard, you know what you see and how important the symmetry is of the space. Next slide. These are some photos, I believe from the 60s. Yes, from 63. You can see they're almost exactly identical to what's there now. Next slide. This is our demo plan. As you can see, we're really only demoing the hardscape in the courtyard, and in building number 3 at the bottom of the page, we're keeping the first 10 feet or so, and then everything in the back will be removed. So the faces of the courtyard will remain the same, and we're able to fit our now 6-story building in the rear. Next slide. This is the proposed site plan. You can see on the top, the 2 buildings are to remain intact. And then on the bottom center, wish I had a pointer that you could see, we've basically recreated that volume of that 3rd building. So we left a gap, about a 4-foot gap on either side of the building, so the historic building. So our new building doesn't just kind of sit on top of it. It really gives it a little bit of space, which also is why we need that unit size variance, because we're kind of losing 4 feet on either side to make those units bigger, all the way up. And you can see here that we have a cafe on the corner of Lenox and 6th, and then we have courtyard seating. So we're activating that courtyard with hardscape and lush landscaping. Next slide. So this is the 2nd floor. As you can see, where we have all the units at this level. On the existing buildings, some of our units are even larger than the 335. It's just the way the building worked out. You know, we would love to add more units there and kind of make the other ones a bit larger, but it's just the way the building is laid out. On the bottom, you can see how we've been able to fit 11 units per floor. And that's, I think before we had 9 or so. And that's because we had to remove 1 floor off the building. And all in all, it's a much better project. And anyway, thank you guys for you know, making us do that, because I think it does look a lot more compatible with the neighborhood. So as you can see on the left and the right on the new building, those units are very thin. So they contain the same size bathroom, the same size bedroom. It's just a little bit thinner, which is why some of the units are a little undersized. And we also didn't want to make the building just straight across. We have it coming in and out to kind of give more room to those historic buildings and not just create a flat facade facing the Flamingo Park District. Next page. As you go up the building starts to set back. So at the 3rd level, which is above where that green space is the historic building. We set the building back again to give it some room. So the historic face of the building is left like it originally was, and we don't have the new building kind of sitting right on top of it. It's pushed back. Next page. Again, the building starts to step back in on the front and also on the sides. So, you know, we could have gone straight up, but really I think the fact that the building moves around a little bit and not just becomes a flat bar, you know, really pays, you know, homage to those historic buildings around us. Next page. Here we have a very small pool deck. It's not even really a pool. It's more of a spa. It takes up about half of the roof deck. And then we have mechanical equipment and some roof gardens. Next page. So this is the new proposed section. And the next slide will have the old version, but we've eliminated an entire floor. You can see now that smaller portion at the top is only in the center of the building. That's the elevator structure to get off to go to the pool. That's the only area that's above the parking structure to the south. So our main height of the building now is 58 plus feet, and our pool deck's at 63. So we're much shorter. The next slide, you can change slides. You'll see what we had back in November. So this is what we presented back in November. Again, about 10 feet have been cut off of the building, and we've kind of moved things around a little bit to make it to make it shorter. Next slide.
Mr. Chair, 10 minutes have elapsed.
Do you need 2 more minutes or so?
2 minutes max.
Okay.
I'll go quicker.
Right.
So this is the bottom is what's there today. That's the elevation of the parking garage at the bottom. And then our proposal is on the top. Next page. Now we're 6 stories. So again, this is the courtyard that we've been able to recreate by pushing the building as far back to the south as we can against the parking structure. That'll be activated and where everybody in the neighborhood can use it, because we'll have that cafe open. Next slide. Again, this is what we're proposing today. And the next page, this is what we had the last hearing. You can see it's much shorter now. This is the old rendering. Next slide. So these are white models of what we are asking for approval today. This shows how we relate to the neighboring buildings. On the top left, you can see how we're almost identical in height to the parking structure to the south. And on the bottom, the bottom right, you can see how much shorter we are than that big commercial center on Alton. I think we're definitely much more compatible with the neighborhood. Next slide. This shows the variances that we're requesting on the setbacks. You can see there's they're really minimal. Most of it is on the alley side, which is on the left. And on the right, it's just a small portion on the 5th floor. Next page. And then this is the landscape plan for the courtyard. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Debbie, is public comment?
Before we go to public comment, Mr. Chair, do we have any disclosures from the board?
I have one. Daniel Serraldo, I talked to him.
Ms. Liebman? You're on mute. There's a button somewhere.
Yeah, there's a button. I talked to Mickey Marrero about this, and that's it. Okay. I can certainly be. How does the expression? Very impartial. Yes.
Okay. Seeing no other disclosures, we do have some members of the public wishing to speak. The first speaker is Daniel Serraldo.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Daniel.
Am I going to be sworn in again?
I think you're good, Daniel.
Okay.
You be sworn in once.
Thank you. I didn't know it's at the DRB they did it each time. Okay, Daniel Serraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. And I apologize because we didn't realize this was, we thought it was being continued, and we hadn't, the advocacy committee didn't have a chance to review these plans. However, just looking at the presentation, it does look like there have been a lot of improvements based on both our feedback and also the HP board's feedback at the last meeting. The overall height was reduced by 10 feet, and there were other changes, including I wanted to thank them for making the balconies a little bit smaller, because we all know the issues we've been having lately with the chronic certain issues of over tourism. And so I think having the balconies as less of hangout spots is probably a smart thing when it borders a residential neighborhood. I did just want to mention, just in seeing the latest version, I'm curious about the reception, the front lobby of the main building. It looks rather shallow. for the for a hotel of so many units. I don't know if it's 10 feet or something like that. It looks, and I didn't see any like back of house space. So just wanted to kind of understand what is a plan for the building. I see it is on the market. So is a hope that this would be sort of sold with approved plans, or is there like a real hotel developer behind this? Also another example on the landscape plan, that just the placement of the AC units right in the passageway between the old and the new building. I'm a little concerned in reality that might be a little tight, but overall, I'm really impressed with the progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, Debbie.
Our next speaker is Jack Johnson.
Good morning, Jack.
Good morning, Jack. All right.
Jack, good morning. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I'm speaking primarily on behalf of the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. I think that the new plans have responded to many of our concerns, in particular our concern regarding the balconies. There was another concern about the glass facade of the proposed building, which it clashes to some extent with the concrete buildings, the historic concrete buildings, that was a concern that I don't see addressed in the new plans, and I'd like to just get some feedback on why the glass facade was not amended to a more concrete facade approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Debbie, anyone else?
Yes, our next speaker is Mitchell Kouros.
Yes, good this afternoon. Good afternoon, or good, well, still morning. You want to swear me in? Do I need to be sworn in?
Yes.
Yes. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Debbie. Sorry about that.
No problem.
On the button.
Okay, just as a brief introduction, my name is Mitchell Kouros. I'm the broker of Virtual Realty USA. In the past, I was broker of Streamline Properties, and having the district for over almost 40 years now, and selling a lot of these Art Deco districts, the importance of this project going forward is critical. You know, these older buildings, as beautiful as they are, and I sold a lot of whole houser buildings, and I'm familiar with all the Art Deco architects, and sold the Gianni Versace, his property on Ocean Drive, which came up beautiful and represented Diesel Jeans in the acquisition of their properties, and countless others. Skipping over that quickly, I know there's a lot of work that's gone into this, and that corner hub of the neighborhood is kind of overlooked and certainly needs some attention. And a project of this caliber, I think, is critical. I think I compliment the architects for all their hard work and what they put into it, because it's beautiful. And I think that it certainly curtains the garage behind it, which is unsightly. And this product is sorely needed. We'll have plenty of large hotels all along the waterfront. Things like this add appeal to the Art Deco district and draw in some of the older folks like myself that really appreciate what's gone into a development of the sort. I encourage the board to move forward as quickly as possible on this, and I'm sure you'll see many, many others coming forward as COVID disappears and things get redeveloped. And I look forward to seeing the whole Hauser Hotel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do have one question. Is this property for sale? I don't understand. I saw somewhere an ad for it.
Jack, I can respond.
Okay.
Sure. And by the way, I can, is it okay if I just respond to a couple of the other comments made?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. First of all, thrilled to hear so much support and to hear that some of the folks that did have concerns, that so much of the concerns have been alleviated. Always happy to hear we have a project where everybody comes together and we have a better product. As to the sale, what I would tell you is our client really wants to go forward with the project, but he was encouraged to just, the market's kind of crazy right now, and what's happening with a lot of properties is if somebody wants to make an offer that, is, as the Godfather said, an offer they can't refuse, he'll be willing to have a discussion. But his intention is to develop the project as a hotel, and he wants to move forward. Somebody offers him something, way above what he thinks, he'll take it, I'm sure. But otherwise, this is the project he wants to develop. So it's not really for sale as if he's, trying to sell it actively. He wants to develop the project, and he wants to be the one behind it. Okay. As to some of the other questions, the reception, it is a little small for a typical hotel. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a big hotel. It's in the 60 unit range, so that's not a massive size. But we have such a large courtyard that a reception area, typically where folks sit, kind of wait for their luggage, that type of stuff. A lot of that's happening here in the courtyard. So it's a little bit, of a hybrid there. As to the other design questions, I'll defer to Jennifer, who I know had some responses. But again, I want to thank really everybody from the board to the neighbors, to Daniel and his group who gave us some input in the beginning and are getting us to a better product. Jennifer?
Yes, hi. I wanted to respond to the glass, versus solid comment. I think that the historic buildings are very solid. And I think that when you do an addition where you want those buildings to continue to stand out and create that continue that face of that pedestal and courtyard, I think it's appropriate to actually put a little bit more glass on our building, on that facade, so it does contrast to the historic structure. I'm amenable to maybe making a little more solid, but I really feel strongly that that facade needs to be the opposite of what the historic building looks like.
Thank you for that insight. Debbie?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other members of the public wishing to speak at this time.
Let me close public comment then and move on to board discussion. Who would like to go first? Barry. Let's use Barry.
Okay. I think it's a great improvement from what we've had. I think that this tower element is a much softer element, a nicer element than the backdrop of the garage for that courtyard, which is, I think, very special. I am wondering about that, the quantity of glass, and if a more solid element could have been interspersed or in an organized manner for those balconettes. I think that could add some flavor to the building. The other thing is I kept looking with the 4-foot separation, which I appreciate, but I kept thinking, well, what's happening there? Is it a connection? Is it egress from the main structure? And it doesn't seem to be. And then I'm wondering if the architect could just tell me those AC units that are tucked in that 4-foot space, which make it kind of inaccessible, who they're for. Are they for the remnants of that first floor building, or if there's something else? And I do like that 4-foot space allowed some windows on the side there, but they weren't put for the other units. They're only the windows are only for the center building space. But who are those units for? and why are they there and not on the top of the building?
So in these historic preservation submissions, we do need to show the mechanicals that are going. Sometimes maybe we show a little bit more just in case we have to put something down there. I'm hoping everything can go up to the roof. But if I'm kind of caught during construction documents where I need to put an AC unit down there or some sort of equipment, I at least have, shown that I got that approved. If you want, I could move them all up to the roof and we can decide that now. That's fine. Also, those windows that you're talking about.
Yeah, who are you thinking for what?
It would be for the ground floor reception. It wouldn't be for the units. It would be like just the reception.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And then, go ahead.
No.
So for you talked about the windows too. I can't have two windows facing each other that close together. I can only have one. So we left them in the historic building. Yeah.
Okay. And since we're in this conversation, what are your thoughts of articulating making some solid use or thicker screened use material for some of those balconies? I think it would help create some horizontal banding for the tower.
Yeah. The only spot that I wouldn't mind adding more solid to would be to those balcony rails. Right. Maybe the bottom half of it, or maybe it's not concrete, but it's
kind of what I colored in.
Oh, there you go. Beautiful. So yeah, I'm actually okay with that. I just wanted to leave the verticals of the vertical glass on the facade, and maybe the rails, in the center. I could definitely work with staff on that.
Okay. I don't have any other comments.
Okay. Thank you. Rick?
Yes. Hi, Jen. Hi, Mickey. I want to ask about the variance request pertaining to the unit sizes, which is the one that is not being recommended by staff. I'm looking at the unit sizes. They look like they're all pretty low. And Mickey mentioned that they were off by a small percentage. How much are these things really off?
So we're required to have 15% of the units. We're allowed to have 15% of the units be under 335, from 300 to 335 square feet.
Right. And you have 63% currently,
yeah,
but how much bigger are they? I mean, we're talking like 10 square feet.
Yeah, they range from 30. I don't have the exact numbers, but if you look like at a typical floor plan, let me see, I'm looking at it now. A lot of them are about 300 square feet.
Yeah.
And as you go lower, in the middle, they get a little bit bigger, the 336. And then in the historic building, there's some that are even larger.
Right. So, I understand it's a small percentage, and I wonder, for you to remedy that, it would mean, I'm assuming, redistributing the units. Is that right? Or is there a way to pinch it? Mm-hmm.
I would have to make the building longer, meaning closer to the historic buildings that are in front of it. And we didn't want to get too close to them because we already had to redistribute an entire floor across the 5 floors. But now if we were to make those units the correct size in the middle, we'd have to make them longer, which would make them closer to the historic buildings.
Okay, because you guys reduced one floor, right? Like you already reduced one floor.
Yes.
But are you saying that you increased the number of units per floor as part of that height reduction?
Yes, on the lower floors. Yes.
Right, and if I could respond also, Rick, and I apologize if I sort of too casually talk about the difference. But again, I want to emphasize all the units are above the 300 minimum. So that, that's sometimes a variance that projects ask for. And when the buildings are existing, a lot of times that's just very freely given. Here, I think it also really does directly relate to the fact that we're preserving these contributing buildings, because if not for the design objective to have that space between the buildings, we could just extend it another couple feet and you'd have 335 across the board. But Jennifer felt, and I think the owner feels, that there is a real good benefit to have that breathing room between the buildings to let those buildings sort of interact the appropriate way. And it's giving up just an extra 10 or 20 feet in some of these square feet in some of the units would result in a much better design. And again, by bringing it down, it redistributed in a way that this isn't a variance we were looking at before, but by changing the height, it came to us. So we do feel it's related to the retention of these contributing buildings and working with the site. So we would ask the board to consider that in order to approve the project. Thank you.
One more question. Did the number of units change as a result of that height reduction?
We actually have one more unit in the building, just one. And that's just the way that it worked out, the way that the building's configured. Just taking that unit and spreading it out, it isn't going to do much. We also lost, because we're one floor shorter, which was great, we have less FAR on the upper floor because we removed one set of stairs and elevators on one floor. So we were able to redistribute that. But yes, to answer your question, we have one unit additional than we had before.
All right. Well, I mean, I agree with everyone else that it's better with, one less story, and certainly appreciate you guys working to make that happen. I do see that the building, has a few places where it looks a little pinched. And I guess that's just in the character of it, without, actually reducing the number of units to have more comfortable kinds of spaces. Are you guys comfortable with the width of the lobby and these the 4-foot gaps, or in the existing buildings, the guest room that has a bathroom all the way in the other corner of the building?
I think we'll do our final, we'll definitely go over this again. These were, for zoning, and when we get into, construction documents, we'll start making sure that works. I'm okay with the lobby because we want that courtyard. And I know courtyard is not a substitute for interior space, but we really, if you have a large lobby, then you're not using the courtyard. So we really want to, we think people are going to be using that to be hanging out and lounging.
Okay, thank you. Rick, any further questions? Oh, guess not. Laura?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So this one is kind of a tough one for me because I do believe historic preservation as a force for positive economic development and an important part of a balanced city. I do agree with the staff recommendations on the room sizes, though I do applaud the overall design concept, and I think it is very thoughtful and contextual. If you have not yet identified an operator, I would definitely hire a hotel consultant. I understand the value of a hotel property is typically derived from the room count. However, I do believe you will be able to meet the zoning criteria, and it may actually benefit your pro forma. Larger rooms are more ideal for a wider demographic. And though I love the efficiency of the 300 square foot room and understand the trend towards more minimal private space in favor of more generous public amenities, I think the plan as is, it's not really compliant with, the city standards, and actually may turn away some key demographics that I feel your design is actually trying to attract. I would also add that to potentially offset any cost burden on the restoration side, you should really look into the federal historic tax credit and ad valorem tax exemptions. Those two programs will greatly benefit your overall capital stack and ongoing operational expenses. And overall, I do think it is a really thoughtful project, and I hope to see it restored. It's a beautiful, beautiful property.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Max?
Thank you. Let's see, with respect to the variances, I feel that I usually have a more conservative view on this, but I am supportive of the hotel unit size variance. I see the connection there with the constraints of lowering the height of the building as an outcome that we wanted, and trying to balance that out through the project. So I would actually be supportive of that one. We didn't really talk about the parking waiver with this. I'm supportive of that as well. I want to wade carefully into areas that might be outside of my expertise, but there was a detail that caught my attention. I wonder if other board members that have a point of view on this with page A1.07 for building 3, just showing the demolition. It shows the roof being included in the demo. I'm wondering what the plan is for, or just how significantly we figure about that feature, if it needs representation with the remaining part of the structure, as we're seeing with the entry to the new tower. Not that I have an answer on it, but it caught my eye, and I wonder if the other members of the board have a point of view on that or some recommendation. And the last piece, I just wanted to confirm, we've been talking about the courtyard and the landscape plan. Didn't see any plans included in our updated set, so I just want to confirm that if this project goes forward, that we're talking about no changes to the version of the landscape plans that we saw in the original submittal.
We can confirm that, Max. Yeah, no changes. The landscape plan remains as you saw it, the courtyard.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Kirk?
I'm going to bounce around just a little bit. First off, I was excited about this project when it first came before us. I think in terms of respecting the historic buildings, I think Ms. McConey, I think you did a really nice job. And certainly it's a compromise in many regards, but I always get a sense that you have a great appreciation in letting the historic structures lead the conversation.
Thank you.
A couple of comments I want to ask about. I appreciate the reduction in height, and we talked about, I appreciate the reduction in size of the balconies. I think those are all great improvements. Couple of details I want to ask about. With regard to the glass, I personally am a little bit on the fence. I hear what Barry said and what Jack Johnson said. I also heard what your response was, Jennifer. And again, I'm a little bit on the fence. I agree that the historic buildings should lead the dialogue. They should be the prominent view, the prominent emphasis. It did lead me to the question of, in the plans, this is really a little detail, but I just want to ask, on the new tower, the framing of the windows, which is referred to as powder-coated aluminum framing, is that like a colored? Are you able to clarify what sort of finish?
Yeah, that's just painted. It really just means it's a better. Well, so we have anodized on the historic building, which will remain, and because we want the new building to look different. That it's just a painted frame.
Painted white or black, or
it's like a charcoal, like a darker color.
Okay. I mean, I think in my mind, again, trying not to drive the emphasis, I'm hoping for the more muted color. I think that the less it'll detract from the emphasis on the historic buildings. I just wanted to ask for clarification on that. In terms of the unit size, I'm on the fence. The way that I see the impact of the unit size is more a question of impact on the neighborhood. Smaller unit size equals more units in a building that has a hotel building that has zero parking, I'm concerned with what the impact is of driving up the unit size on that building. And I don't have the criteria to know that neighborhood and what sort of parking pressure they're under. I also don't know, what sort of demand there's going to be for this hotel building for parking. But it is a concern of mine, and I'm a little bit on the fence with regard to that variance. I also wanted to, the discussion of the AC units. Actually, the ones that really catch my eye are the air conditioning units on the ground floor fronting 6th Street. And to me, again, I don't get that. Why would we want at the very front of the building facing the street AC units? And so I want to ask about those as well. You mentioned that they could potentially go somewhere else.
Are you talking about the ones for the existing buildings? They're on, you're saying they're on 6th Street? Oh, I see.
Yeah, so, page A201.
Yes. They're, so I can move them, but those roofs are pitched roofs. So I can't put AC units at the top, and the buildings are not connected to the tower. They're completely separate. So I can't really run, AC units to that. So I would need an area, along the alley, and we would shade them with landscaping for those buildings, for those two.
Okay. I mean, I would just
we don't
want
want wall
assurance
units or anything.
Right. And if there's AC units on the front of the building on the street, I mean, obviously you'd want to make sure that not only for visual, but for sound, that they're appropriately screened, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We would definitely screen them.
Okay. And I just want to, this goes back to the previous time that this came through this board, but I'm glad that Max mentioned it, the roof transition. I am sort of curious because we don't really see a detail of how that transition looks. And obviously, we want it all, I'm sure you do too, want it to have a nice, smooth transition and not stand out. Could you maybe clarify a little bit what that looks like on the building in the back that's being partially demolished leading into the tower? What does that transition look like? You're going from a pitched roof to a flat roof, is that correct, on the back building?
Yes. So when you are on the property, it's very hard to tell that those roofs are pitched. So when you're standing down there at the courtyard, you're looking up and they look like flat roofs. So when we remove that, the rest of that building on building 3, to put a pitched roof back on it, it's not going to join the new tower very well. So kind of the simplest thing to do would be to make it flat and create an eyebrow that's reminiscent of the pitched roofs on the other two at the same level. So it'll look very similar. You may not even notice, but I think to try to make a pitched roof there kind of attaching to the new tower is going to be really, awkward and strange.
Understood. Could I maybe ask, as far as the unit size, again, and the intensity and the parking, is anyone on the team able to respond to that?
I can respond to that, Kirk, and you may hear my 6-month-old daughter in the background. She's very excited. She's very supportive of the project as well. So look, if you look at, just to stay with the units a little bit, if you look at the unit sizes, there are several that are in the 300, 305 range, 315, but we also have a lot that are, in the 400, and there's a couple in the 500 range, and even those in the 300, that there's many that far exceed 335, 379, 350. Again, it's really just the way that it was distributed. As to Laura's question before about, certain folks that we'd be looking for in the market, some of the demographic, there's going to be plenty of rooms available for folks that need bigger size. But again, when this was distributed, we resulted in the distribution changed, and we still really want to have the unit count that we need. If we if we were to comply, it wouldn't necessarily be a reduction in units. It would just be bringing the building out a little further, just by 1 or 2 feet across the board. We'd be able to achieve those minimums. But I think it was Jennifer's vision that it's better to have that space than to have, and asking for a very minor, as Debbie pointed out, it's a very minor deviation from that distribution percentage, but it gives us a better massing of the building. As to parking, we've looked, not just on this project, but just my experience in working with developers of these hotels. In this neighborhood, and in really the South Beach neighborhood from Dade Boulevard South, we found that hotels that were required to provide parking in the past have a lot of empty parking. It's just not a market where folks come to Miami Beach to rent cars. A handful do, but a very small percentage. And parking ends up just being wasted space in a lot of these hotels. That's why you've seen so many parking reductions specifically related to hotels and so much parking relief. So I think that's the same here. We're not expecting there to be a great demand for parking. So changing the number of units by a few won't have any sort of impact on that, in my opinion. And that's just based on projects I've worked with where we've been forced to provide parking in the past and it just sits empty. That's why the city has been so progressive in reducing parking in this area. Jennifer, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, there's about 1,500 parking spaces next door too. I mean, there's a lot of parking around us.
Thank you. That's it for me, Jack.
Thank you, Kirk. Last but not least, Nancy. You're on mute. Unmute yourself.
I have no problems with this. I liked the project when I saw it before. I think it's creative. I think it's a paying homage to Henry Hohauser. It has all kinds of ingredients, and I would certainly support it.
Thank you. My turn. I'd like to commend the architects, the attorneys. I think this is one of the best projects that has ever come before us in the 5.5 years that I've been here. And I have no problem with the variances. I have no problem with anything about it. Frankly, I think it's spectacular. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, Mr. Chair, you could entertain a motion. We will need 2 separate motions, one for the variance portion and one for the certificate of appropriateness. And I just want to point out, I think Max had stated this, part of the certificate of appropriateness also includes a waiver from the on-site loading spaces. That's something I think we discussed last time. Staff has no objection to that. They will be working with the parking department to secure on-street loading for the property.
Okay, who would like to make a motion?
I wanted to make a motion just to move it with staff's recommendation, although I'm feeling like my sense is that the board is supporting the unit size. So I'm putting the question out there, though, if anyone wants to amend my motion. The other issue I believe we discussed that I don't feel like is completely resolved is the question of the glass treatment on the front. And you led that, Barry. I know Jennifer had a response, and I want to know what we're including in the order here, if there's any further discussion that needs to happen on that. Barry?
I'm sorry. I'm kind of on the fence with the glass rails. I could be very satisfied with the applicant working with staff to maybe incorporate some obscure glass or obscure elements. But I'm really on the fence with it, and I don't want to drive the boat. I think I like the project. You had mentioned the removal of the pitch roof. I have no qualm with that at all. So I'm ready to vote for the project.
So I'll move it with leaving the window open for staff to coordinate with the architect to see if there's a better treatment that could happen on the windows. But that's solely up to staff's approval, correct?
Correct. So this is a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness, correct? And I think we need to be a little bit more specific if you want to include a condition in the order regarding the glazing. Because
again,
what we had, what we talked about is perhaps on the balcony rails, maybe incorporating some solid. Could be concrete, could be metal, could be maybe even, as Mr. Klein stated, some sort of opaque glass.
That was my thinking. That was my thinking. I just don't, and I threw up my crazy sketch of, I had obscured them all, and I don't want to sit here and design it, and I don't think that they should all be that way.
So Debbie, can we move forward with the motion with that in mind, subject to your approval, staff's approval?
So that would be to incorporate a condition in the order saying the applicant shall explore, which isn't requiring them to do that, but shall explore the introduction of solid materials or solid looking materials, I think.
Solid or obscure.
Solid or obscured materials in the facade of the building.
That's what I would move forward, unless any other board members feel that we should state it more strongly. It would be an option to work with staff on that.
Okay.
Okay. I would also like to include assurance that the AC units are screened subject to staff approval. That's good.
Okay. That sounds good, and we'll make a note that it's the rooftop as well as all ground level units are screened from.
Subject to staff approval, yes. So that's my motion.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion in a second. Let me do a roll call, and again, this is on the certificate of appropriateness. Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Let me see. Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
That motion was approved. And now we can entertain a motion on there's 6 variances. I think the only one in question may be the unit size variance.
Debbie, do you mind if I say one thing on the unit size variance for a second?
I don't mind. It's up to the board.
No.
That's fine. For a second.
Yeah, I think if we were to if we were not to get this variance, it may mean losing more than just one unit. And I think that making this project work and having this renovation done, I mean, it's no small feat to be able to renovate these buildings and to actually keep them. And I think that, it's just a few additional units. And I think it really helps the project. And again, we really were trying to stay away from the historic building and trying to do what's right historically. And, this neighborhood isn't, this is a great neighborhood for families and people to stay, but I think people expect, smaller units when they come to the beach, and the units are not really compromised by, 20 square feet or so. So, I'm hoping you'll vote yes on that.
So
thank you.
Debbie, Mr. Chair, is it possible that we could just separate that one variance so that the rest of the board all have an opportunity to vote on that one, and we'll move the others together and then do a separate motion for the unit size?
Absolutely.
So I'm going to move all the variances with the exception of the unit size.
And that is with the staff recommendations, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Pascal. The second was Mr. Lopez.
Here.
Okay, Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Klein. Yes, that's a yes for Mr. Klein.
It's a yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
And Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, so that is variances 1 through 5. And then the last variance is the percentage of the unit size.
Unit size, which I will move as well.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Pascal. Do we have a second? And this is to approve the unit size variance.
Correct.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Mr.
second it.
Litt.
May I just ask a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, I was muted, but the since my position here on the board, I've noticed that we have granted this type of variance, and is this that we're potentially passing right now in line with those that we have passed before? I seem to think, and maybe I'm wrong, I'm recalling, and I'm thinking of the project, the generator, about 33rd, 34th Street in Collins. I think those were even smaller.
Yeah, and I can just give the board a little bit of background. So, you see unit size variances often, both for hotel and residential properties. And they are consistently approved by the board. In a lot of areas of the city, you are able to without a variance, in an existing contributing building, have a 200 square foot minimum unit size. There are also areas of the city that allow for new construction to be at 200 square feet, which is substantially lower than what the applicant is currently asking for. In this particular zoning district, you do have a higher threshold. So the variance they're asking for is less than what the board has typically seen in the past. Usually when we have unit size variances, it's closer to the 200 or 250 square foot size, which is allowed as a right in certain areas of the city. This just does not happen to be one of those areas. So there needs to be, special consideration and special review for any unit size variance here. But that's the basic history. The board has been reasonably consistent with approving unit size variances throughout the city.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, I believe?
Yes, there is. If there's no further discussion, I will call the roll. Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, that variance has been approved. So all variances have been approved, as well as the certificate of appropriateness. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a
Thank you.
Appreciate your time and your review. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to, I believe this is our last regular agenda item this afternoon. HPB file 20-0430. This is 3425 Collins Avenue. An application has been submitted requesting a certificate of appropriateness. This is a modification to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. The previously issued project included the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing 16-story contributing building on the site. It included the total demolition of the 1955 South addition of the building and the construction of a new 16-story detached ground level addition. Specific to this application, the applicant is requesting design modifications to the new residential tower portion of the project located on the south of the site. They are also requesting modifications to the site plan. This particular application, I know most of the board is familiar with. I'm not sure, Laura, if you have had a chance to read up on the history of this project, but an extensive history is outlined in our staff analysis. The board has recently seen other applications dealing with other portions of this site, including the renovation of the contributing Versailles Hotel building itself. That portion of the project has been substantially approved. However, there are still outstanding components. For example, the historic lobby reconfiguration of the original building will be required to go back to the board. The landscape plan for the rear of the site is also going to be coming back to the board as a separate application. So the board did review this in good detail at the December meeting. At that time, the applicant had presented a new design for the residential tower. It's important to note that the previous project, prior to coming to the Historic Preservation Board, did go through a legislative process to modify the development regulations, which also included the increase in the height, the maximum allowable height. So the maximum allowable height prior to the applicant getting the text amendment approved by the commission was 200 feet. It's important to note that the previously approved tower, residential tower, that currently does have a building permit was actually approved by this board at 203 feet. So there was a 3-foot height variance that was approved in accordance with the previous project. Since the initial proposal for the tower, the applicant has reduced it. The reduced height was presented to you at the December meeting. During the December meeting, the board did express some concerns with regard to the scale and compatibility of the massing of the tower. Since that time, the applicant has further reduced the height. And it's also important to note that as part of reducing the height, the applicant is proposing not only as part of the certificate of appropriateness, but they have also requested that the city commission actually take a second look at the ordinance that was adopted and actually reduce that height as part of the RM3 regulations. So currently the RM3 regulations allow for, even though that's not what's being proposed, a 250-foot maximum height. The applicant is requesting that that be actually reduced in the ordinance as well. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and there's a lot of separate actions being taken by not only by this board, but other boards in the city. But since the December meeting, the applicant has reduced the height even further. So they took the comments of the board regarding the podium height. They did reduce the podium height from the original proposal. However, from what they presented to the board in December, they've actually increased it because there was some comment regarding how the tall floor-to-ceiling pedestal actually created view corridors and actually enhanced the site. So they went ahead, and although the overall height has been reduced, they added more height back to the podium level. On the residential levels, it's also important to note that the balcony depth of the structures along the north side, specifically the northeast corner, have been cut back. This is in response to some of the board's concerns with regard the angling of the building closer to the historic Versailles building. Further, the depth of several other north-facing balconies has also been reduced, so this provides a bit more separation between the new construction and the historic building. It's also important to note that the eastern tower setback has been increased, so the building has been shifted by 4 feet 4 inches from the east side. But in summary, staff believes that the proposed nearly 30 feet in height reduction overall does reduce the mass of the new addition, does create a more compatible relationship with not only the historic building, but also the historic district. Because remember, there to the south of the site, we have the Saxony tower, and that to the roof is 203 feet. So staff is supportive of the modifications that have been made to the residential tower. We do have some concerns as part of this application, and that is reflected in our recommendation. The first concern, and this is a remaining concern that we have been in communication with the applicant about, is with regard to the 3-level basement portion that is actually proposed to be underneath the historic building. So while they have an extensive basement throughout the site, there is a portion of it that is proposed to be underneath the historic building. Staff's concerns are primarily focused on the structural integrity of the existing building, and we do not believe at this point we have enough information to be able to provide the board with a strong recommendation either way for that. So we are asking that portion come back to you for consideration and not be approved as part of the application today. Finally, we have noted, and I believe we discussed this at the December meeting, that the front yard configuration, this is for the ingress and egress of the site, vehicular access to the site. And this is something we've also been in communication with the applicant about since we released this staff recommendation. As currently shown to you, we believe, consolidating the previously proposed 3 curb cuts and driveways into 2, what amounts to basically oversized, very oversized driveways, does not satisfy staff's previous concerns. So we are asking that be further reduced. I know the applicant has been working with that with both their transportation consultants as well as their fire consultant. And I believe they are going to present an alternative plan, taking staff's comments into consideration and reducing that area of driveway accessing the front. And I would never forget about the Jack Stewart mural. This is something that the city as a whole has been really interested in and really working with not only the applicant, but also city staff, various departments, including the Parks Department, property management, to see how we can create a restored mural that's really part of the community. So we had outlined an option in December that proposed to retain the mural on site, so that'd be on the Versailles site, but adaptively kind of reused as a garden sculpture. While we do believe that is potentially a viable option, the more we started talking about it with other city departments, we thought that taking this mural and actually bringing it to the public realm might enhance public appreciation. Keeping it on private property, which, as you can see when you look at the site plan, is going to be highly controlled in terms of the access to the site. It might be more of a public benefit if we actually work with the applicant to bring this into a city facility or into the public realm. We have looked at a couple options, one of which was the Scott Rakow Youth Center. We've been talking with the Parks Department. There is large areas of blank wall on that. Obviously, any installation of such mural would require further city approvals, in city commission approval. But I think the applicant wants to discuss that with you today, and staff is open to alternatives for the mural. And we have placed conditions in our draft order, recommended conditions that would ensure that mural does not get forgotten about and does become part of kind of our public art world in the city. And that is all I have. I believe the applicant is online.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, Neeson.
Hi, Debbie. How are you?
Good. Thank you. Is your team ready to go?
Yes, but Debbie, before we start, I know that there's one member of the public who's been waiting all morning and now has an appointment. If we could let Craig Robbins, who I think may be online, speak before us. I would appreciate that.
Mr. Finglass, are you okay with that? Okay, so we will temporarily open the public hearing.
Yes,
for Mr. Robbins. Mr. Robbins, you need to be sworn in.
Okay. Mr. Robbins, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for indulging me, and I apologize for having to ask you to do so. The presentation that was just made was wonderful. I spoke to you all at the last meeting. Since then, I've done a little bit of investigation, and I just wanted to add one point about today. I have never known anybody anywhere in the state of Florida that has done a hotel that will have an investment of this level. They're going to spend over $4 million per key to create this Amman hotel. And being very knowledgeable about the real estate business and what it requires, this residential portion, in my opinion, is absolutely essential to making the project viable. Otherwise, I'm very concerned that it won't happen. Not that I have any doubt that you all will be supportive, but I wanted you to know that the wonderful gesture you made last time of moving this forward, I believe is still dependent on this last phase. I've looked at the design. I think it's extraordinary. I'm sure there are little things, but we all need to realize that for Amman to be able to do this project, there are certain things that they need in order to meet the quality levels that will then lead to the sales that will facilitate the viability of the hotel. So nothing more. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to point out, as a member of the public with no interest whatsoever financially in this project, but a resident of Miami Beach, that I think it's a really big opportunity for our community. And this second step will solidify its viability. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins, for your insightful comments, and we appreciate them greatly. Debbie, can we have disclosures, I think?
Typically, what we would do is hear the applicant's presentation and then do the disclosures prior to the reopening of the public hearing.
Okay, that's fine.
We could close the public hearing temporarily now, turn it over to the applicant, and then do disclosures.
Okay. I'm just eager.
Neeson, is your whole team here ready to be sworn in?
Yes, we are.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. We do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Neeson Kasdan, Ackerman LLP, representing the applicant. You will be hearing shortly from Luis Revuelta, the architect of record. The board, the staff, and our team has spent a lot of time on this project, and there's been a lot of input, and it has been made into a better project as a result of the input and the care and the concern and the attention paid by your board and by staff. I would like to just briefly state, all of you are really very familiar with the history of this project and the history of the approvals. I would like to just briefly state, for the benefit of the newest board member, Ms. Weinstein-Berman, that as you may know, there's a project that two components. One component is the restoration and modernization of the historic Versailles Hotel. The original expansion of the floor plates to the east to include some terraces and balconies and appropriate room size for a Amman hotel was originally approved back last June. Then there was intense work done in terms of the facade, the balconies, the glass, the small rooftop addition, and many other elements, all of which were approved by this board at its last meeting. And now we are moving on to the other aspect of the project, which is the residences, which, as Mr. Robbins mentioned, is actually what pays for all of this. I do want to mention a couple of things about this project that are unique and of such great benefit to the city. First of all, the development joint venture is an extremely well capitalized venture. Len Blavatnik, who is the partner of Vlad Doronin, was responsible for the creation, financing, funding of the Vienna district, which remains a crown jewel in Miami Beach today. Mr. Doronin, OCO, is a global developer, which has done so many fine projects, including most recently the Aman Hotel in the Crown Building in New York, which, if you have not seen it, we have shown this to the board before, is an exquisite restoration of an important historic building, the creation of hotel and residences. 13 of the Aman hotels are in or next to UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The other thing that we have that is of such great importance to this city is Mr. Doronin owns the Aman brand. So we are going to get an Aman hotel if this project is approved. And that's important because I think most of you know that there is probably no finer hotel brand in the world. And Mr. Doronin is also a resident of Miami Beach for the House on Star Island. This is a low-impact hotel. It will have 56 hotel rooms. Prior iterations that have been approved by this board included more hotel rooms. The iteration currently approved that this residential project will replace included the Versailles being residences instead of a hotel. Now it's going back to being a hotel, and it's only 56 rooms. The cost per room is something on the neighborhood of $4.8 million per room. It will create over 300 well-paying permanent jobs for the city of Miami Beach with an average pay of almost $60,000. That was provided earlier in our report to the board, as well as millions of dollars annually recurring tax revenue from property taxes and resort taxes. So this is an important project for Miami Beach and an important project in terms of setting the standard for where we want Miami Beach to go. With that, I will not take any more time. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Ruelta because the last meeting, there were 3 specific items that the board asked us to look at. They have been addressed, and Mr. Ruelta will take us through that.
Good morning, Luis Ruelta Architecture.
Would you put the slides up, please? Thank you.
And so this is a view that shows the building from the west, obviously looking towards the beach. Next. The 3 major items that were mentioned at the work last time were the increased separation of the new building from the Versailles, to please look at increasing the lobby height back to what we had before in our original proposal, since we had to reduce the building height by 30 feet and reduce the number of driveways and curb cuts that I think Debbie mentioned in her opening explanation. Next. In the increased separation, what I like to go into a little bit in next slide, please. You see here the previous approval of the housing building permit. This building was 20 feet closer to Collins, and also it's a rectangular building that has certain distances, 30 something feet from the Versailles. It changes from 30 to 20 something. And as you can see, the openness towards the Versailles was actually partially blocked, mainly the south side of the building. Next. What we're proposing, I strongly believe that the geometric shape of our building and the location of our building on the site is the best compromise that I was able to find and recommend to our client and to the design architects. Our building is 20 feet 19 something, almost 20 feet further east from Collins and from the facade, the west facade of the Versailles. It's also roughly 40 something feet on the south and west corner from the Versailles, as opposed to the prior approval was 30 something. And we range from either 6 to 4 feet further south from the Versailles than the prior approval and permitted building. The other thing that you can see is that the fact that we were able to raise our lobby with the height increase that we had without increasing the FAR, decreasing the density of the building practically by half, and finding enough square footage to rebuild the Gulfstream dining room that had been demolished. It is, to me, the best compromise that we could have in order to maintain a view from the southwest of the Versailles that existed from 1944 to 1950 when the south addition to the Versailles was built. So right now, if we get the approval, we will be able to bring back the south facade of the Versailles and the west side of the Versailles, the southwest corner, to its original design and postcard qualities that it had from 1944 to 1950. Next. This graphic shows you the mathematics that we took dimensions from the south side of the Versailles to the previous approval, and from the south side of the Versailles to what we're proposing. And we were able to, by twisting and juggling the building and placing it on the site, we were able to, again, go from 6 to 4 feet more to the Versailles than the prior approval. Again, as I said, we're 20 feet further back from the east. And with all of this maneuver that we've been able to do, I think we're exposing substantially the qualities of the Roy France Versailles from the southwest part. Our building is only 20 feet wider on the east than the prior approval. But as I said, the ability to move our building east, the ability to triangulate our mass and have a building mass towards Collins that is not a wall. The prior approval was about 58 feet, 58 and a half feet parallel to Collins. What we have is a triangle that fades away from Collins and fades away from the Versailles. We believe it's a better composition. Next. On this slide, is a slide that we wanted to develop, but staff requested, which is a view from 34th looking west. And I believe that the building sits very elegantly and comfortably between the Versailles and the Saxony Condo and the parking lot. I believe creating substantial amount of light and air with the design and the massing of the building. As you can see, the lobby here, it makes a substantial difference. And I'll talk about the increase of the lobby on the next point. Next. This slide not only shows the separation, but I believe it starts to show the monumental qualities that the lobby will have. The design architect is proposing glass without steel and without aluminum. And we have been in very close coordination and negotiations with a supplier that will be able to provide practically 10 foot wide, 10 foot thick pieces of glass that create a tremendous transparency and a tremendous openness that is not only something to enjoy for the 23 residents that are going to buy here, but I think from an urban standpoint and the urban context and the historical context, the ability to have this lobby so high and so transparent from the west to the south also is a tremendous benefit from an urban standpoint and from a historical standpoint to the city and to the Versailles Hotel. Next. This is the view, obviously, from the east. Again, I think it goes to my point that by twisting and maneuvering the triangulation of the mass, we're able to create a building that sits very comfortably between the Saxony and the historic Versailles. And I think it will be a great addition to the skyline of Miami Beach. Next. At our last submittal, we, in negotiations with our neighbor, the Saxony Residences, the building was reduced 30 feet. From the 250 that we got approved, the building was reduced 30 feet. But a lot of that footage had to be taken out of the lobby. And I believe that Jackie and Kurt requested that we needed to take a look at that and bring back height to a lobby that was monumental and important to all of us. So we were able to take an additional 6 feet, 2 meters out of the residences on the top and be able to give the the lobby another 6 feet as compared to our prior approvals. So this was one of the comments that were important. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is a picture or the rendering of the lobby looking from the east towards the west. And conceptually, what Ken Gokuma, who happens to be the architect of the Tokyo Olympic Stadium, the new one, the original one was by Ken Sotan, and his concept was to create a very warm feeling on the building and on the lobby. As you can see, this kind of reminds you of a forest. It could be a bamboo forest. It could be a forest that basically springs up. The branches come out of the lobby and eventually they bleed outside into the building finishes. The building finishes are going to be aluminum with a finish that looks like wood, and then glass. So it's two materials in essence, and it's very elegant. I think they've done a great job. We're very happy to be working with them and glad on this project because of all this, I think, design excellence that they're bringing to the project. Next.
Mr. Chair, the 10 minutes have elapsed.
I probably need another 4 minutes and I'll be through, if I may.
You're muted, Jack.
Please give them another 4 or 5 minutes, whatever they need. We want to make sure that they have all the time to explain what they want to do properly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So this is another view from the west looking east. Again, goes to the separation, and it goes to the magnificence and the monumentality of this lobby, which with his transparency and openness, I think it's a benefit to all. Next. The next item was reduce the amount of driveways inside the property and curb cuts. And the original proposal had a 17-foot in driveway for the residences, a 14-foot entrance drive for the hotel, and a 14-foot drive exit, which is only for the people that do not have a reservation or not supposed to be in the hotel, that they're being then asked to exit into Collins. Again, this is not the main exit for the hotel. The main exit for the hotel will be off of the 35th Street parking lot, and which historically was the way to exit the Versailles. So we're maintaining that. And the exit for the condo will be directly south to the 34th Street. So next slide, please. Next slide. So what we were able to do is we eliminated the exit express lane from the condo to 34th. We combined it with the internal circulation. So we eliminated a substantial amount of vehicular circulation pavement there. And we have reduced from the 45 feet total of vehicular entrance and exit to Collins. We've reduced it now to 24 feet coming in and 12 feet coming out.
Next slide.
Next slide.
Which is the primary.
Next.
No, it's this one.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'd like to remind everybody again is that the condo is only 23 units, and they will have an entrance that they will be sharing with the hotel. The hotel is 53, 56 feet. It's probably one of the lowest densities on Collins Avenue that I know of. And again, the exit towards Collins, which we reduced now to 12 feet, is only an occasional exit because the main exit of the hotel is to the north and the main exit of the condo is to the south. So I think the amount of traffic consequence or effect that we would have in Collins is minimal compared to other properties on Collins Avenue. And with that, I think the last thing that I would like to add is that I do believe that the concept that the team and Ken Gokuma has brought to the project in terms of the execution of the perimeter slabs, when you see the building in 3 dimensions, those subtle changes and modulation of the slabs. If we can put the next slide, which is the last slide, is the same one. This modulation creates a verticality and to me, a very elegant balance between horizontal and vertical elements which is that movement and that subtle movement and of the geometry on the floor plan. When you look at Roy France Versailles and you look at a lot of Art Deco buildings, that elegant modulation of the floor plate, it creates a very nice layering effect on the facade of the building and creates the same vertical planes. So although the building is not an Art Deco building, it doesn't pretend to be an Art Deco building. It's not a building that you can say resembles on any other building in South Florida. The building has, to me, a great uniqueness, an elegance, but it has a core DNA that you can track back to the Art Deco design philosophy, which Roy France executed extremely well under Versailles. So with that, it's my architectural opinion, and I think that this is the way this building relates, I believe, very well with the property, the Versailles, and the historic district. So I'm open for any questions the board may have.
Mr. Chair, just two additional points.
Yes, sure.
We will be back, as Debbie has mentioned, for the landscaping approval in March, and then also the underground basement work is coming back before the board as well. But with these two approvals, the hotel and the residences, it allows them to go into sales, and that expedites the path of the project. If the board would like, Mr. Chair, we do have renderings of the mural as it would look if placed on the Rake House Center, which if you would like, we could share with you now or later.
Please do now if you'd like.
Paige, if we can move the slides, go back to the slide presentation and go to page 20. There we go. That and the next slide. So, we had proposed that the mural be put on the parking garage at 17th Street. The city opposed that because there are perhaps long-term plans to eliminate that garage. We also felt it was not appropriate, of course, to have it as a ground sculpture sort of broken up on the grounds of the Versailles. And I don't know if it was Debbie or someone else in the city came up with this as an alternate location, which is essentially the blank wall of the Raycow Youth Center on Pine Tree Drive and 28th Street. And we actually think that this is an excellent suggestion. It accomplishes a number of things. First of all, the Jack Stewart mural is meant to be viewed not at ground level, but from some elevation, approximately this elevation. So this is much more in keeping with the original display of the mural, the placing on the ground or on a wall. Show the next slide as well. You also see this is from Pine Tree Drive, the view from Pine Tree Drive. One of the interesting things that this does is the other piece of the mural wraps around the corner towards 28th Street, which is exactly the way the mural when it was on the Versailles Annex was, where this portion facing Collins and the other portion facing south. So we think this was a really good idea city staff came up with. It also is a fairly heavily traveled area, Pine Tree Drive and Sheridan Avenue. And it also is across the street from a small city park, which will also allow for viewing and contemplation of it. So we just wanted to show it to you where we think that this location candidly should be approved so we could go forward with our pledge to restore and place the mural.
Thank you, Neeson, for a very interesting presentation. Appreciate it. Okay, Debbie.
Okay,
sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I think we could do the board member disclosures.
Okay, I'll go first. I've spoken to the owner, his representatives, Neeson Kasdan, Daniel Seraldo, Clotilde Luce, Kristen Rosen Gonzalez, Debbie Tackett, and Tanya Bach.
Okay, any other board members wishing to disclose? Ms. Liebman, is that?
Yes, I have spoken to Neeson Kasdan. and the architect. I'm blanking on his name.
Mr. Revolta.
Mr. Revolta, I'm so sorry. Just disappeared for a minute. You did a good job.
I had some email communication with Mr. Revuelta, but we didn't get around to meeting. So that's it.
Okay, is that it?
I see no other disclosures, and we can open the public hearing.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Mr. Tom Stern.
This is
Good afternoon.
Mr. Stern, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you're giving this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Finglass and distinguished members of the Historic Preservation Board. My name is Thomas Stern, and I am president of the board of Faina House, located at 3315 Collins Avenue, directly south of the Amman property and proposed development. As you are well aware, Faina House and its unit owners had strongly opposed changes to the zoning code that would have allowed the Amman residential tower to be as high as originally sought by the developer. As you now know, this longstanding conflict has been favorably resolved. Extensive negotiations between Faina House and the Amman developer led to an agreement that meaningfully reduces the planned height of the structure and positions it slightly westward relative to the original plan, allowing for our enthusiastic and unambiguous support of the project. The developers have applied to the City Commission for a height reduction ordinance to codify both our agreement and what we hope everyone believes is an ideal outcome for the surrounding community. As now planned, the new tower will stand 25 feet above Faina House, peak to peak. We view this change in height as, quote, limited, end quote, pursuant to and consistent with section 142-867 of the city code that originally established the Faina district overlay. If approved as modified, the Amman Hotel and residents will have a profound and positive impact on the Faina district, the Collins Waterfront Historic District, and Miami Beach broadly. The development will bring to the community a truly world-class project and one we at Faina House will be proud to have as our neighbor. The preservation and extensive restoration of the Versailles Hotel is long overdue. Thank you for your endorsement of this multi-million-dollar, sophisticated, and detailed renovation. The developers have worked hard, as they did with the Versailles, to make meaningful changes to the design of the residential tower to address the concerns you voiced at the December 8th HPB meeting. We have shared these latest changes with our owners and believe the revised design is even better than the version previously proposed. The Amman residential tower will deliver a distinguished, responsible, and respectful new addition to our community. The Amman Hotel and residences collectively are the final and notably preeminent components of the revitalization of the Faina district, and we strongly believe that they are in the public interest. We at Faina House and residents throughout the neighborhood have been living nearby the empty shell of the Versailles and a largely vacant lot for far too many years. It is time to bring this landmark and its surroundings back to life. The cachet and value attached to the Amman brand are substantial, and the company's presence will be an invaluable addition to Miami Beach. The developer has worked tirelessly to address your and our concerns. Let's now let them bring their dream to reality for the benefit of all of us. We urge you to approve the developer's application and urge them to begin construction as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stein. Moving along, Debbie.
Our next speaker is Stephen Gombinski. Hi, Steve.
Hi, good afternoon, Debbie.
Steve, I think you need to be sworn in.
Yes.
Swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name is Steve Gumbinsky. I'm a resident and treasurer of the Caribbean Condominium Association at 37th and Collins. Our association, as well as our neighborhood associations, the Mosaic and Beach House 8 condominiums, respectfully strongly urge this board to approve this vital step of the Amman project, as we have stated in writing. As Craig Robbins correctly noted, the condominium tower is an economic prerequisite to our community, obtaining a magnificent restoration of the historic size building that was enhanced by the board's previous recommendation and was approved by this board. The board's approval now of this full project is essential to removing a blighted area and taking our mid-beach neighborhood to a new threshold of completed and historic importance. I'm also president of the Lincoln Road Business Improvement District and strongly recognize the importance of this project to the economic health of Miami Beach. This project not only will greatly increase our tax base, but having the Amman Hotel Group in our city will further confirm the city as one of the most important historic and vacation destinations in the world. I strongly urge your support for this project, and I thank you greatly for your time and all the effort you put into making our city better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mitch Novick.
Good afternoon, members of the board and staff. Mitch
Mr.
Novick.
Novick, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely. Mitch Novick here. I once chaired the HPB on Miami Beach for 5 years. I look forward to the restored Versailles Hotel. It is our very own Art Deco skyscraper here on Miami Beach, and in full support of the entire project. Regarding renowned artists, Jack Stewart, Mosaic, Apollo mural, I have to commend staff or Deborah, whoever thought of installing this on the blank wall of the Rake House Center. It's a brilliant idea. That facade, his primary elevation, has always bothered me, and this will fill in that void. Pine Tree in Sheridan, a street which likely has thousands of vehicles passing daily. I imagine public appreciation for Stewart's masterpiece will be held in high regard. And having said all that, regarding the siting on the Rake House Center, I like this proposal more than the municipal garage proposal, in that the trajectory of the sun will shine on this piece, showing its reflective qualities within the glazing. And again, I'm in full support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch. Just full disclosure, I'm not going to take credit for selecting the location. I need to give a shout out to Jose Del Risco at the Parks Department. This is their facility, and he is the one that initially thought of the concept. So real quick, we do have another speaker, Paul Sejas.
Hello, I need to be sworn, I guess.
Mr. Sejas, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Mr. Chairman, board members, I'm a long-term resident of Miami Beach. I live at the Faena House. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife. Originally, and I want to tell you that recently I also own 420 Lincoln Road, the whole block of where my offices are located, the whole block from Washington to Drexel, 16th to Lincoln, which I've owned for 25 years. And I could tell you that I've been concerned about our city. Recently, there was an article in the New York Times praising the mayor of the city of Miami for his efforts in developing the city. Although I am in complete agreement with the statement that your chairman made at the beginning of the meeting at 9 o'clock this morning, I cannot agree with him more for the residents to apply for preservation. But I have to tell you, to my north directly is this building that is proposed. Originally, we had certain concerns, but they have gone out of their way to satisfy your concerns and ours. And based on what we see in the press and the bad publicity that Miami Beach is getting, we need something like a brand of that quality to bring high quality in this particular building, low impact and elegant and upscale. I am very much in favor of the project, and I hope that you will be too. I thank you for your services to our city and that you have rendered throughout the years, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. Thank you, and I hope that you will approve this project as presented.
Thank you very much for your most insightful comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Michelle Oka-Donner.
Yes. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You need to be sworn in, Michelle.
Okay.
Michelle, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good afternoon. I'm calling from New York. I'm very happy to see the mural that is so wonderful, the John Stewart mural that I've known really most of my life, being placed near my neighborhood. I grew up on 28th Street, right where the mural is going to possibly curve, and Fairgreen Drive. And I understand this neighborhood will become Biscayne Park. So this would be a fabulous enhancement. And it's so wonderful to be watching from a distance and seeing this wonderful work happening with a community all thinking about Miami Beach and its highest voice. So I've tuned in this morning, a very cold morning here, to a very warm place, and I feel even warmer. And I want to thank you for all of this thoughtfulness and the good work you're doing in the service of a place I love very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
Thank you, and I have already been sworn in. Thank you, Board. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. And for those in the audience, you could always check out our positions on our blog at mdpl.org. As far as this proposal, MDPL is thankful for the feedback incorporated into this version of the new tower's design, including the lowering of the overall height, expanded views toward the front of the historic Versailles, providing additional renderings of the building's location on the site and of the proposed lobby space in the new tower, and responding to other feedback from the HPB and staff. In addition, we appreciate the commitment made to restore, renovate, and reinstall, all at no cost to the city of Miami Beach, the Jack Stewart Apollo mural, among other public benefits proffered. We expect this condition to be clear within the final order in order to ensure follow-through. Hopefully the attorney can help with that. In general, we believe the view from the beach side of our historic Art Deco buildings and sites are as important as the view from the street side. Our position on this has been consistent for many years, with the newly connected boardwalk being celebrated as an attraction for Miami Beach. The east-facing views of these buildings and sites becomes even more visible and important. Concerns from some committee members on our committee remain about the northeast portion of the new building and its closeness to the historic Versailles siting And you could see that in page A6. With the above feedback and commentary, we conclude that the current proposal is an improvement and reflects a positive movement based on the applicant working with the community and working together with the MDPL. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I do not see any additional members of the public wishing to speak.
Okay, so public comment is now closed. Thank you. Now we're moving to board discussion. Who would like to go first? Nancy.
Of course. No, I think we have traveled the road on this one, and they finally brought it to fruition the way they should have done when they started. I'm very happy with with the lowering of the tower, and certainly happy that a project like this is coming to Miami Beach. I hope that it does bring our city back to the level that it should be, and people are going to come and appreciate it, and that the Amman project is going to lead the way to help our city recover from the pandemic and all of the problems that have gone on during this past year. So I fully support it and look forward to being at the opening.
Good for you, Nancy. I hope to see you there.
I hope I live to see it.
Okay, thank you very much. How about Rick?
Yes, thank you. I'm so happy to see that this that the suggestions of the board have been taken into account, and that the design team has responded to them. In particular, I appreciate on sheet A24 the side-by-side comparisons of the building footprints on the site, which is that now this building is not in front of the Roy France building as it was before. It was unclear in previous drawings, but now I see that what was previously brought to us was a building in front of the Versailles. Yeah, that's right, Jack. Right, the blue one. Mm-hmm. It's now in line, which I think is, we would expect that at the very least. This is an unusual project for many reasons, one of which is we've got two towers on one lot with no required setbacks in between. I think it's very unusual that we have this circumstance, but here we are. I appreciate all of the voices from the community locally and abroad. Our role here is to share our view, and I'm really surprised that there would be a building proposed in front of another building. So I'm glad that's been resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. Laura?
Thank you so much for a beautiful project and presentation. I really want to thank also the development team for choosing to invest in Miami Beach, particularly in one of its most important historic districts. I know how many hours and hard work from architects, engineers, and all the consultants that go into this, and really want to commend you for a contextually significant example of infill development, which I think in Miami Beach we will continue to see. I do see previous comments by staff, and this board has been considered in addition to your neighbors, and those efforts definitely do not go unnoticed. So I'm coming in a little late. I think a lot of the comments probably were discussed in previous meetings, but thank you for the project.
Thank you, Laura. How about Barry?
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. As well, I certainly appreciate the efforts on the development team. It's been hard, I know. I think the beginning of their presentation, they said we've addressed the 3 comments raised by the staff. One of my biggest challenges with this tower has been its height and its proximity to the historic building. I still find it a little oppressive. I understand the building is no longer in front of it, but when I look at, I've noted it down here, the west elevation on DA 119, I don't think that that's a true west elevation. It seems to conflict with the northeast aerial on D116. And I wonder if that is a drafting error or something to show that the west side of the building does not nearly touch the historic building, in line with it. So that's something that's throwing me off. I think there's been great strides. I appreciate the ground floor efforts. I appreciate the pedestal efforts. I'm just concerned with that picture postcard image of Miami Beach, and I really it's great that this is an incredible investment in our community. I heard about the number of jobs, the number of people that will come, high-paying jobs. But we also have a built environment to deal with, to respect. So I'm going to take that into consideration in my vote, and that's my only comments.
Thank you, Barry, for your insightful comments. Kirk.
So there's been a lot of, first I want to say, it's interesting to think of a project like this with the importance of both of these buildings and the prominence is sort of a compromise. And, it's hard to look at it and think of that, but I do greatly appreciate all of the progress that's been made in terms of the positioning, in terms of the height, in terms of the pedestal. We are where we are, and I think everybody has put a lot into moving this forward in a way that fits. And for the most part, I'm in a position to support this and see it move forward. I have a couple of technical questions I want to touch on, though. Most specifically, the 3 subterranean levels. There hasn't really been much discussion, but staff were sort of emphatic in their statement. I know in the draft approval order, as we discussed previously, is a condition that the historic Versailles be completed prior to commencement of construction on this building. Given that the subterranean levels that are proposed go underneath the Versailles, I'm just really curious of how that actually works. If the idea is that the historic Versailles Hotel is renovated, how does that work in terms of the timeline and logistics? If we do move forward with these 3 subterranean levels, are those completed, including the portions, because they spread between the 2? I know it's one property, but between the 2 sites, I guess if you consider it that, Can anyone respond to how that logistically works in terms of a timeline and the mechanics of actually building these subterranean levels?
I can just from a procedural point of view, I can give you some information. So staff is not recommending, for the very reasons you just stated, that the historic restoration work be completed prior to the issuance of a permit for the residential tower, due to those logistical facts. The buildings will be being constructed and being worked on at the same time. I believe there will be one master building permit issued for both properties. Now, what we did talk about, and I think we put in the recommended draft order, was a condition that would require the historic Versailles to be substantially complete and inspected prior to the issuance of a TCO or a CO for the new tower, so that they could not get a legal right to occupy the new residential tower until we confirmed that the restoration work had been substantially completed. That is somewhat of a typical condition. We're going to be including that more because it seems like the board and staff agrees, really wants those assurances in place, and I completely understand that. So that was our recommendation. I can let the applicant explain the construction phasing and how that is going to be done. One of the reasons why we are asking the applicant to come back to you for the portion of the basement underneath the contributing building is because we don't have that type of information as part of your submittal currently. And we do believe, especially when we're dealing with, even if it was just in close proximity to the historic building, but definitely when you're excavating underneath, that type of information is essential for the board. Neeson, I don't know if anyone from your team has some information on the staging and phasing of the construction with regard to the subterranean levels and then the vertical levels.
So if I may, Debbie, number one, as you have pointed out, the approval of the subterranean construction will be coming back to this board with a detailed presentation. I will tell you that they are working on an extremely detailed plan for the subterranean construction, as well as the protection and reinforcement of the Versailles property. And the drawings are there. It's pretty advanced, but I think when they finish, we will have something to present to you at staff and then to you at the board. But I don't want to jump the gun, but we know we're going to have to come back on that. They are deep in working on the details of how this will all be done, and we will present it to you and to the board.
Okay, so my excuse me, my follow-up question then would be going back to staff, given again that we're approving this project in now 3 separate phases, right? We had the Versailles Hotel, we have this tower, and now we're going to go back to the subterranean level. How does that actually work in terms of the COA if that's part of this application right here that we're signing off on this, but the mechanics of doing it are to be presented at a later date?
So in terms of the building permit for the basement, we would not be able to issue that until they got, if you agree with our recommended condition, until they got approval on the portion of the basement that is below the historic building. So say that the board, they come back to the board with the portion underneath the historic building and the board denies that. They could continue with the basement on the rest of the site. So there's most of the vast majority of the basement is on what's now a vacant, land. So that would be approved today, but the portion underneath the historic building is just something we want a lot more information on. So it's, it would all be part of the same building permit. But obviously if the board does not approve the portion under the historic district, historic building, that could not be approved as part of a building permit.
So as part of the current conditions, that's not included or implied, the subterranean area underneath the contributing building.
Correct. That cannot be approved as a building permit by the planning department until or if that receives approval from this board.
Okay, and then I want to go back to this idea of conditions. So staff and our legal team are confident that not allowing a certificate of occupancy for the new tower assures the completion of the historic tower, yes?
Yes, and that was actually in the previous order, so that's part of the consolidated order.
So the work happens concurrently, but no one can occupy the tower until the Versailles Hotel is completed to staff's.
Correct. We put a condition in there that would actually require staff to go out to the site and verify to our satisfaction that it was substantially complete.
Thank you for the clarification. And lastly, back to the Jack Stewart mural. Originally hearing about it, just in concept, I was extremely skeptical. I think, Debbie, you made a great argument in terms of having this artwork be able to be appreciated publicly. Also, I think the positioning is fantastic. So I'm really happy about that. And it's also in the same neighborhood, which is nice. It's in proximity. My only question, again, going back to details, and I'm sorry, I just like to feel comfortable about these things. So in the draft order, it says to relocate and renovate. Doesn't really say install. And so I wanted to ask for clarification on how we get this from being in a storage unit to actually being up on a building. Everyone can appreciate it and we can all move on, that we've all done our job.
That's a good question. I think it does need clarification. So this was part of the applicant's proffer when they received approval by the City Commission for the increase in height. So that is part, in order for them to get the increase in height, this is something that they have formally agreed to as a partnership with the city. The reason why this doesn't have a specific location is because requiring it to go on, say, the Scott Rakow, which is what we're happy with and looking at now, would not be under the jurisdiction of this board. That would need, city authorization, city commission authorization, and since it's not located in a historic district, would also need design review board approval. So we couldn't require that as part of your order. However, what we have required is that the applicant, regardless of where it's going to go, return to you prior to the issuance of any building permit for their new tower, return to you with the final plan approved by the city.
Okay, we're using the words in the order relocate and renovate. Is the inference supposed to be that it'll also be installed, or is it the city's responsibility to actually install it?
No, the applicant has agreed to install it and pay for all costs associated with the restoration.
Can we just word that in there?
Let me see. What condition is that? What number is that?
It's condition C1B. I do think it covers it, and because if you want
it says relocation and restoration. We could include relocation, restoration, and installation. I think
it'd be nice if we could, if everyone's happy with that.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that's it for me. Lastly, I just want to say thank you. Thank you all for all of your work on this project. Extremely excited to see the Versailles renovated, and I think you all have done a beautiful job with this proposal and working with all of us and our feedback. So thank you so much.
I just asked a question in reference to Kirk's inquiry about the mural. One of my concerns is, and I don't think it's going to happen, but that wherever it gets relocated, it gets altered in size and its aspect ratio. And I don't know, and I meant to ask that, if the proposed that you showed us at the Scott Rakow, was that of its original size, or was it altered to fit there? And can we do something to protect that from occurring? Or has that been thought of?
Just to add to that, Mr. Klein, the image that you saw that we superimposed on the Raycow wall is exactly the dimensions of the mural as it was when it was installed on the annex to the Versailles. So one of the overriding principles of location was, where is there a wall that's big enough, long enough,
great,
and tall enough to allow us to install it in exactly the same, or almost exactly the same.
No alterations, nothing planned to alter the original artwork.
Right, and the Raycow Center wall allows us to do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Has everyone spoken except me? Oh, Max, I can't forget.
I can be somewhat brief too. I'll echo the comments of appreciation from other board members on what got us to where we are today. An aspect that wasn't part of today's presentation is the stormwater management proffer, but I think that's also a significant part of this, and something that's intriguing. And I think that we'll want to monitor this approach to district-wide stormwater management is an interesting feature, and in line with the recommendations from ULI and others on where we should be going with this. I just want to hang on the mention of the agreement between the applicant and the city that's mentioned in the order. Just what that entails, because I'm still thinking about outcomes or performance standards. What happens to the ongoing maintenance here if the stormwater system doesn't work as designed, or if there are any sort of concerns that way. Is that the type of, will those details be covered under that agreement? Is that within the scope of what this board can ask for as well? I don't know if that's a Debbie or a Jason question.
I mean, just go
I
ahead.
wasn't involved in the specifics. I know the applicant has been working very closely with our Public Works Department, as well as our Assistant City Manager, who was previously the Public Works Director. So, Neeson, do you have some additional information about maintenance and how you've negotiated this with the city in terms of your responsibilities will be?
There are two aspects. In terms of the voluntary donation of the funds for the 9 injection wells, that's going to just simply be a financial contribution to the city to pay for the cost of creating those injection wells. And from that point forward, it is at all points, not only the construction, but the maintenance, all of that is the city's responsibility. With respect to our own property, in terms of stormwater and drainage, that of course will be part of the plans that are submitted to the building department, but by the civil engineers, which will have to be approved by the city in detail.
Okay, I thought the wells were going to be on this site, like all of them, which is, it's not the case that they won't all be there. It's a financial contribution for those 9 wells throughout the district.
Correct. And this actually, I don't know that any of the wells can be on our site, because if you look at the Indian Creek Basin is some 27 acres or so there. I think the total number of injection wells ultimately would be 27. I know the city's done a study about that, and this obviously is their preferred alternative for stormwater management, is the injection wells. But it's more likely, and now I'm getting into dangerous territory playing engineer here, but there are public properties, the 35th Street parking lot, the 26th Street parking lot. There is the greenway easements that the city is obtaining along Indian Creek. There are probably a lot of spots. It's because the neighborhood itself, as you know, is virtually completely built out. So I think the best opportunities are probably going to be for putting in on pieces of public property throughout the area. But I'm not an engineer, but that's what seemed logical to me.
And those are in addition to whatever we need to handle our own.
Yeah, on site we have to take care of all of our own needs.
So this is beyond what we're going to do.
Right, and the city will have to approve our on-site handling of all that.
And Mac, I just want to make it clear that this condition is in C1A of the draft board order, and it does require the proffer of payment and the city to ultimately select the locations of the injection wells, as Mr. Kasdan noted. So that is the proffer that's currently on the table, and that's enumerated into the board order.
I see. I appreciate this clarification. So then if that makes, if I'd seemed fixated in previous meetings on the landscape plan, I was kind of wondering how that was all going to happen. I had some erroneous assumptions about it. Nevertheless, appreciate the district approach here for considering the contribution of this project overall. So thank you for those clarifications. I know we're the Historic Preservation Board, not the Stormwater Management Board, but to the extent that these interests align, I appreciate the clarifications there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Max. Does anybody else want to say something before I say something?
Jack, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I know there was some modification also to the driveways in front of the building, and there's a lot of driveways up front, and it makes for a kind of suburban condition, which is a little bit unusual here, and I think it relies on a substantial amount of landscape in the front part of the property, right? I mean, I don't suspect that we're going to be seeing all of these driveways open to the street, and I wonder if someone could address that or tell us what the plans are. I'm looking through here. I see renderings that suggest some amount of vegetation, but we don't really see a plan to address that. The first 75 feet.
Nathan, before you respond, if I could just point out, so there is a condition, that was one of staff's concerns about the project. So currently, in accordance with the plans that you are looking at in your package, your paper plans, staff was recommending that the curb cuts be no more than 2 along Collins Avenue, and they be no wider than 12 feet. The applicant, which, would be a substantial reduction from what they submitted. The applicant, after the release of this recommendation, we've met with the applicant. They are now proposing, and maybe it would be a good idea to put it back on the screen, one 12-foot driveway and one 24-foot driveway. I can let them get into, the technical issues they're having with their access points. I know one of which does have something to do with the fire truck turning radius. I know they've been speaking with our fire department. I do think it's an improvement, not what's, in your plans, but what they had put on the screen earlier today. So I'm open, to the board comments on it. But I agree in terms of the landscape plan and how they're separated and how that's landscaped, that would be important to see.
Debbie, if we can, we'll put back on its sheet 815, and Luis can walk you through how we would like the condition C1E
15
changed. Yeah, 15.
15.
Slide 15. Changed to reflect our reduction.
Where's the back? There you go.
There we go. Our reduction. Luis will explain it to you, but we'd like this to be the condition that's approved in response to what Mr. Lopez is saying. And also, please note, the landscape plan is also going to come back for approval by this board in March, which, by the way, for a complex project like this, such as the FAINA, elements such as the landscape plan, the lobby, those do come back. Luis?
And you're right, it will go back because the landscape design could not be finished until we had an approval from the board on the concept. But as a reminder, Greg, we eliminated the one exit lane that was inside our property, and then we combined it. So we gained landscaped area, and as Debbie pointed out, we've reduced substantially the amount of the width and the curb cuts. The fire department is actually requiring 25 feet. We are in current negotiations with them to narrow it down to 24 feet. And essentially what you have is a 12-foot in for the condo, a 12-foot in for the hotel, and the 12-foot out that is intermittently used. So I, as you would like to, and as staff, would like to minimize it, but right now, the prior project was all residential. This project now, as you know, it's a hotel component and a residential component, but the amount of density has been reduced substantially. So at this point, we're fighting Public Works, the traffic engineer, the fire department. All these conditions are bearing into the curb cuts, and I think right now we are at the minimum that, or beyond the minimum, in the case of fire, of what we can provide. But the amount of landscaping will be substantial. One of the main features of the Amman hotels is the landscaping. So and we'll have to come back. So you will see what we're proposing, but I think that the vehicular traffic will be, I believe, is going to be imperceptible from Collins, from the sidewalk.
So we would like the condition E to reflect what we're showing now on the right as the driveway condition.
24.
Correct. And we have to come back with the landscape design.
Thank you, Mr. Revuelta. And I wonder if you or Mr. Captain could tell us a little bit more about the aspiration for the landscape at the front of the property. Since we can't see it, it's going to come back. I mean, I wonder if we should save this driveway approval for when we have the landscape, because then we could see it all together. But could you characterize perhaps what the landscape's going to be like? Are you anticipating something that's dense, that's tall? I mean, are we going to be seeing all these driveways from Collins Avenue or not?
The answer to your last question will be no, because not only the city, I know, would not like to see it, but we don't want to see it either. As the design team, we want to minimize the view of those vehicular driveways. And in terms of the plant material, it's going to be a lot of local material. The name of the landscape architect is Island Planning, I think. And Nathan is the landscape architect that's been selected. So he's very sensitive to that. So a lot of local materials from South Florida. The height I cannot answer to you, but I think there's going to be a lot of mature planting, which will mean height. And I can tell you, as the architect of record, I'm speaking for the developer and the design teams, the idea is to make this look like a very elegant, lush, natural Florida landscape feel. It's essential to the brand.
So just to repeat, so we, the driveways, of course, that approval is essential because we want to go move forward with the sale of the units and the landscape architect. Nathan Browning, who was the landscape architect for the design district, will be bringing back the full landscape plan in March.
Correct. So, Mr. Lopez, I would really be grateful if we can include the configuration of the curb cuts and the driveways, because that clears the path for the refinement of the landscape design. There's nothing to say that he's been working already on it, but it's not quite ready, and it would be helpful if we can tell him that this is it and move forward.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both. Debbie, could I just ask you, I suppose that you're comfortable with the driveway as it's drawn here on the right, and how do you feel about the landscape being, presented later after all of this is happening now?
ideally, we would have seen everything together. This is very challenging. I have the benefit of seeing things earlier than the board. So we've already, staff has already been reviewing the landscape plan. And I know that this is not ideal at all. And I've talked to the applicant as well about this. This is putting the board, in a very difficult position when every month you're seeing, a different component of the project and trying to remember how they all are going to work together. So this is something the applicant's aware of, the frustration, and I'll be honest, I just want to thank the board for their patience, trying to review this in a piecemeal fashion, because it is very difficult. It's difficult for staff. Now, with regard to the landscape plan, so I agree what the applicant said. We do want a lot of natives. We are looking at variation in terms of heights. However, we are trying to balance that from a staff perspective as also preserving views. So views to the historic building, because that's, one of the primary improvements of this project versus the 2015 project. So we're, it's going to be a balance. I don't think, because we want to preserve those views to the historic tower, I don't think we're going to be able to have the asphalt completely hidden. One thing we could look at that maybe, often if there's a change in material, if they're pavers, for example, instead of just the asphalt, that, at least psychologically creates a better condition for pedestrians. It often will slow vehicles down as well. So I think, again, the minimum required width for a driveway, for a one-way driveway, is the 12 feet. So I'm very happy to see the northern drive reduced to the minimum. Anything less than that, they would need to seek a variance. While the southern one is technically not a two-way, it's still one way. I know they do want to have basically 2 lanes of traffic. Personally, I think that could probably be narrowed up to 22. However, I know there is discussions with the fire department, and I understand the fire department has a specific turning radius for their larger ladder trucks. This is a high-rise. Both of these would be considered high-rise buildings by the fire department. So I would be willing to accept the currently proposed 12 and 24. But I think, it might be for the applicant, I'm not sure. I don't remember if this was included as part of your landscape plans, but did you show the material for the drives and the entrance points? I think having paver material or some sort of special material, could be a condition of this.
We did, and we showed all pavers. So obviously the color of the pavers and the geometric pattern of the pavers were not specified, but it will be all pavers. It will not be asphalt.
Okay, so as part of this, you would accept that condition if the board chose to approve this?
Yes.
Would it be a high quality paver material that's differentiated from the sidewalk?
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I have one other question. On page DA 123, this is a view from the boardwalk. And it looks like there's some new element on the underside of the balconies. I don't think was there before. It looks like there's something that projects down from the ceiling.
Lopez, those have always been there. They are the plunging pools that every unit will have one. So those elements are shown in the center. They've always been there, and it not only is an integral part of the man marketing brand, but I think they add a quite interesting detail in the center of the building and break up the monotony. So you have this kind of modulation and geometric pattern that is coming in the center of the building all the way down. So that's what they are. I don't know if they can show the slide again, but
no, that's not only. They have the rendering.
That's they've been there before. They've always been part of the room.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Anyone else before I go? Okay, my turn. I have several things to say. First, I've spent a huge amount of time studying this. I've met with the owner and the architect and the lawyers twice at length, and I want to compliment them for the fabulous job they have proposed to do on the historic Versailles Hotel, and I have no problem with anything they're proposing there. I think they deserve our highest thanks, and I look forward to seeing that as a reality. But I just want to make sure, since I'm the only person who hasn't dwelled on this one point, which I think is, to me, the most important point of all this. It's more important than the driveways. It's more important than the water resource issue. It's more important than anything. It's preserving our brand and our view, not the Amman brand, but the Miami Beach brand. I originally was very sanguine with giving up the idea of backing the 2015 proposal for their proposed condo building. But after looking at this in every way possible, from every angle, I have severe reservations about the new condo tower with, quote, improved visibility. I really think, with all due respect to the architect and to the attorney, they are in some ways pulling the wool over your eyes to get you to vote for this new building the way it's shown on their new little packet, which I've taken some liberties to try to draw what I'm talking about here. In this one, the old one, you had a view corridor that went out much further than the view corridor you're going to get with their new building. You're basically creating, with a new building, a direct corridor from their building directly out to the water, as opposed to using a full view to the southeast. You won't have any view to the south at all. This rendering, I think, is very deceptive. To say that there's a through view here doesn't really jive with their proposal here, because if you draw a line from the edge of the Versailles out, you hit the edge of their building. So you're going to have a channeled view, no view of the south, just a direct channeled view out to the water from the Versailles. This is going to restrict the view corridor, and it's going to be seen. That really, really, really bothers me. And for them to say that by moving the building away from Collins and twisting it, you get more view corridor and more view of the historic Versailles. Yes, you do, but you lose the entire rear because they bumped the whole rear out in basically equal to the elevation of the Versailles. So you're going to lose that whole view corridor there. And if you'd be so kind as to put up drawing 16, I think that's the icing on my cake here, because it shows, if you'd be so kind to do that. 16.
Jack, are you looking for page 16 or
page 16 of their proposal on the side?
Page 16.
16.
Okay.
That's it. I think, as many architects and attorneys have done in my 5 years here, they have presented distorted views of what the realities are of their proposed buildings to suit their own needs. This is a very inaccurate view of what the building's going to look like from either the corridor next to the historic Versailles or from the ground itself. The building actually curves to the left here and will block a lot more of the view than this showed. And I really take exception to this. This is done on, I'd say, on 50% of the projects that we see. They try to paint what they want to do in the best light possible. And I think that's really a shame and it's really improper. However, based on the need of the city of Miami Beach for this project to succeed, I have no objection to it and I will vote for it. But I want to make damn sure, pardon my French, that everybody sees and understands that what you see here is not what you're going to be getting. Because Cotillier-Deleuze has done great studies on these buildings, the fingers in the sky, and it shows invariably that in many, many cases, these drawings do not represent the final end product and are rendered to show the best, put the buildings in the best light. So I'm for this project. I'm not against it. I want the economy to boom. I want everything to be copacetic, but I think we're not being told the entire truth here. And I find that really sad. So my vote will be for it, but I just want to make sure everybody realizes that the view corridor that you're going to be getting is not what you've been shown. And I think that's a real shame. And it's a sin that the historic Versailles Hotel, even though it will be restored to its true grandeur, and I appreciate that, it will not have view corridors at all to the south because of what this large condo building will be doing to it. So that's all I have to say. And I'm sorry that other people don't seem to see it that way. And I know everybody wants to get this thing done and approved. I understand that, and I wish everybody well, but I just don't see the trade-off here as being worthwhile 100 years from now.
Mr. Chair.
I think that's where we should be looking, not at short-term gain for condominium project.
Mr. Chair,
The public comment is closed. I don't want any reaction to what I've said because I feel it very strongly, and that's all I have to say. So thank you.
If I may, Mr. Finglas, I just wanted to, if I may, make it very short.
Sure.
Response. As the architect of record, we've always taken great pride in whatever we present to the city of Miami Beach to be accurate and not altered.
I'm not singling out you. I'm saying in general, this has happened time and time and time again. And I just want to make sure if you look at your own drawing, what you presented to us, the view lines are very clear.
I understand that, and I think we had this discussion with Kurt last time. Life is not static. Plants are static, life is not static. I don't believe that I'm misleading the board, you, or anybody else when I honestly say that as architects, we have a balloon here that we need to juggle. And how do we place this building, how we shape this building in the best possible way to meet all of the requirements of everybody? It's a major challenge. I know you know that. I do believe that the fact that life is not static and we're constantly moving, we're moving our necks, we're moving our head, that the view corridors that are being created by the placing and the triangulation of the building mass are substantially better than any other approval. And frankly, any other option that you could do unless you did a much smaller building, because it's very challenging to be able to do that. And I do believe that not only from the east, but from the south and from the west, the view corridors that are being created by us trying to come up with the best possible compromise, I think that once it's built, I hope that I can have a coffee with you or a Macallan Scotch and come to terms on that, because I can sincerely tell you that we have tried to make this building as short as we can, as far away from the Versailles as we can, and to try to actually increase the view corridors that were presented and approved in the past. Granted, geometrically, they're not in the same direction, but I do tell you that we have tried our best to reduce the building in the northeast section by 4 or 5 feet and to maintain this building farther away from the Versailles than the prior approval and any other approvals that were there, even the 1950 edition. So I just want to assure you that I'm not playing games with you or the city.
Well, I appreciate that, and I take your statement at full value, but I respectfully disagree. But I will vote for it because the building is fabulous, no question about it. And to move the city forward, we all have to come together, and there is compromise. But I did want to make my feelings felt because I believe I'm correct, and I just want to make sure that viewpoint was heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, can I move this?
Sure.
We're asking for a motion here. So I'd like to propose moving it with staff's recommendations, including the adjustment regarding the installation for the Jack Stewart mural, as we discussed.
And the applicant agreed to that. So we are going to include installation in C1B.
Correct. The only thing, Debbie, I wanted to ask for your clarification, and it goes back to Rick's point on the curb cuts. I get what you're saying, kind of supportive of it, but I still don't understand why we wouldn't include the landscape plan with the curb cuts. I'm not sure if we move it forward without the curb cuts, how are we holding up the project? That's my one little question.
From my perspective, I can't answer that. That would be the applicant. The applicant stated that it's essential for them to get this approved. I think what we heard was they're looking at trying to start selling some of the residential units and marketing those, and entrances into their property and the parking, and I think is critical for them.
And I mean, I would just make a statement that the landscape plan, the big picture, the comprehensive picture, I think is important for us too. It's equally important. So I don't know if any other board members want to go with staff's recommendation, not including the curb cuts. I entertain either way. I'll move it based on staff's recommendation, including the Jack Stewart mural, and we'll go with what you said, Debbie, the 12 and 24 cutouts.
Our recommendation in your draft order is for 12 and 12. I would be okay with the board asking for 12 and 24, but I think it's also a good idea to make sure that we differentiate materials. I think that helps. Obviously, the landscape will help.
I mean, again, my opinion is that the materials should come back to the board as part of the landscape plan. It's all connected. So okay. We're approving the curb cutouts, but I don't agree that we should approve the materiality. I think that should all come as a cohesive plan. Can we reflect that?
Yes, and we can say, the final details. So in this condition, we can say no more than 2 curb cuts shall be permitted along Collins Avenue. The
12 and 24 feet.
Yes, not to exceed for the northern curb cut 12 feet and not to exceed 24 feet for the southern curb cut, subject to, so that would be approved. And then we could have another sentence in there saying the final details, including materials and landscaping within the front yard, shall require board review and approval.
Perfect. Thank you. So I move that.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second or more discussion? That was a second by Ms. Liebman. Okay, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Pine.
No,
Ms.
for the
Liebman?
reasons I mentioned during my discussion.
Ms. Liebman. Ms. Liebman, is that a yes? Yes. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
And Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, that's 6-1. That passes. And Don't worry, we're going to see them soon. So if you didn't have enough time with the team today, you're going to see them next month. That concludes our regular applications. What we need to go back and do, I know we have some discussion items, but we need to elect our chairperson and vice chairperson for 2021. And I kept forgetting to do that since Max has joined us. So we can discuss that. We can make a motion. Ms. Liebman? Yes. You got to unmute. You're on mute again.
Love Nancy.
I don't know why it didn't want to hear from me today, so I kept muting. But I want to make a motion that we have Rick for vice president and Jack for president.
Second that.
Chair.
I would second that.
Okay, is there any other nominations or any other comments?
One question: Does that come with a manual?
No, and you don't get a bigger lunch.
Come up with a badge or a crown. Crown would be nice, right? Something. We'll figure it out, Rick.
It's only for a year. Don't worry.
Okay, all those in favor?
Good. Aye.
I see that is unanimous. So congratulations, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, so that was easy enough. Now we can move to the discussion items. So I have had.
Oh, you have one before I was going to ask.
We had. Remember, we had that list that I brought to you a few months ago, and we prioritized that list
in November.
So I still have that list, and every agenda that I think we're going to have some time at the end, I'm going to populate. No. So the two quick ones, I think, and then I know the chair wants to have the board talk about single-family homes, and there's some other issues. The two real quick ones was the Miami Beach Resort. This is in the Morris Lapidus Historic District, 4833 Collins Avenue. This project, there's been a project approved by this board. It actually came back several times for modifications. It has been a very slow process in terms of getting this hotel back online. It is very frustrating. I know for some of the neighbors and for city staff as well. We would like to see it's a very large hotel, so it does have a significant impact on the city when it's closed. I can report that there are active building permits. There are active sub permits that were recently applied for and approved. So there is ongoing work. I also, when this initially came up by the board, I also had briefly discussed this with the city's building official to see if there's an activity. She relayed to me that she has seen construction activity. It is definitely not as fast as we would like to see. But at this point, we don't issue violations when you have an active construction site for, a vacant building or that type of thing, because they have ongoing work in the building. So that's the only update I have on that particular property.
Okay. Do you want to go down your original list or the one list you have?
If the board, yes, Nancy.
I have an issue that is going to come up tomorrow at the commission meeting that is something that this board has to talk about. It has to do with a resolution that we did back in December pertaining to height increases, if you'll recall, and we asked that we be able to be in front of, with the planning board, when height increases are presented. So I would like to talk about that before. I know we have all these other things, but this is, if we don't talk about it now, today, it's gone. And it has some, so it's up to the rest of you. I'm not, it's not my issue. It's just something that we voted 7-0. It was during the height of the fight with the Vienna.
Yeah, Nancy, this is very important. I agree with you. We need to take a stand on this.
So Nancy, and Jack, if I could just give the other board members a little bit of background.
Okay.
I don't know how many, it was several months ago, the board had passed a recommendation recommending that the mayor and commission require any ordinance that impacts the height, scale, or massing of development within historic districts to be reviewed. So this would be an ordinance or a text amendment reviewed by the Historic Preservation Board for their recommendation prior to the review of the Planning Board. So the normal course of business for a text amendment, say it's a height increase, is to go, is to be referred by the City Commission to the Land Use Committee typically and the Planning Board. The Planning Board's recommendation to the City Commission is required per code for any text amendment to the land development regulations. The Historic Preservation Board in the past has acted in its advisory capacity on a case-by-case basis. Most recently, I think the Versailles height increase was not initially brought to the Historic Preservation Board. It was actually brought to the board by the commission between first and second reading. So this recommendation traveled to the city commissioners. One of the city commissioners did believe that this was a worthwhile endeavor and placed an item on, was it last month's Land Use Committee? The Land Use Committee discussed the board's recommendation and made some recommendations to the full commission. The Land Use Committee's recommendations, and that's what will be on, that is what is currently on the agenda for tomorrow's commission meeting, and I believe it's a consent item, is for the city commission to pass a resolution that would send any text amendment that increases height within a local historic district by more than 25 feet to the Historic Preservation Board when they refer it to the Planning Board. So instead of just referring to Planning Board, it would be a dual referral. You would then have a very limited window in which you could discuss that text amendment and submit your recommendation to the City Commission prior to their first reading. So that's what's currently on the table. And you can continue with your concern, Ms. Liebman.
I just want to add, when I first saw that they had limited by 25 feet, I was very concerned. I figured that was the end of 25 feet. Anybody could just come and plunk 25 feet and nobody but the Planning Board would have any say into historic preservation projects. So I did a little research and talked to Tom, and he assures me that the 25-foot addition would go to the board, but it would be at first reading, just like all the rest of them. This does not mean that 25 feet is going to be a free-for-all. I know that people are concerned about it. I'm concerned about it, but I could not get Mark Samuelin to pull it so that we could discuss it. So I think if we want to discuss it, we have to go 8:30 in the morning to discuss it, or just to approve it, approve it, or if we feel that strongly about the 25 feet, that would not be included. I just wanted everybody to realize that the 25 feet will go to the review board. Is that a response? What is that?
No.
Are you barking?
I mean, I can summarize. So basically, it's progress because there's no such policy right now.
Right.
But it's not exactly what the board had recommended to the city commission. This would ensure that you would have a chance to give a recommendation for any height increase over 25 feet. This doesn't prohibit any height increase less than 25 feet for coming to you for a recommendation.
Exactly.
So it's progress. It's not exactly what you asked for, but as Ms. Liebman said, it's currently on the consent agenda. But the City Commission does hold a public forum where you can speak about whatever you're concerned about for agenda items that day at 8:30 in the morning, and it's via Zoom.
But I think that we as a board should take a position.
Agreed.
Go. So I, after much worry about the 25 feet, I thought the greater good was to get a much bigger package by having all the other. Just remember the Raleigh, the Vienna, and I don't know how many battles in the last 2 years we've had here over height. This at least gives us a bigger foot to step in the door.
Great.
So
can we make a motion?
Well,
recommendation.
Well, I'm making I guess I'll make the motion that we approve it as brought to us. With the 20.
So the motion is to support the consent item, stating the policy of bringing these text amendments to the board.
Yes.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question?
Sure.
Where did the 25 feet come from? Is that just like a bargaining chip or something? Like, is there an objective rationale for why?
Just so that we don't get everything at one time. That's the best explanation. We can always go back again in a year if this doesn't work, if they just keep excluding 25 feet. They're doing it, from what I gathered from Tom, they just don't want to have little projects that come through that are going to make 10 feet, 20 feet, that they don't have to have that come to us to be reviewed. I mean, if I wanted to think positively about it, that's what I think. If I wanted to be negative about it, like I was when I first saw it, I would not have.
They're protecting us. That's very nice.
Oh, they're protecting us, or else they're protecting themselves.
Jack, I've got a question.
Sure.
So first of all, Debbie, is this a one reading consent item or there's 2 readings here?
No, this is just it's a resolution.
One and done.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would support what Nancy's saying, but didn't we originally ask for it to go a little further, right? In terms of
yes, we asked for the whole,
So why not support it and also state that we would also prefer if it could be expanded to include? I'm not sure why. It sounds like we're abandoning the comprehensive.
No, right, and we could
say that.
I don't know if it would be the best time to kind of reaffirm the recommendation, because the land use committee did discuss your recommendation and came up with something that wasn't quite what you were asking for, but was something. So I don't know, in between now and tomorrow, since there will not be, unless members of the public go for a Sutnick hour, the public hour, I don't know if there'll be public testimony tomorrow or staff comments tomorrow, since it's on consent, unless one of the other commissioners pulls it. So I think at this point, if the board, is reasonably satisfied, looking forward to the future to think about, maybe additional recommendations, then there's not much for us to do today. You are welcome to testify at the public forum tomorrow, but it's unlikely that this particular agenda item will have any public testimony specific for that.
Again,
in my conversation, let me just add to this. In my conversation with Mark Samuelin, who had agreed and he was happy and he loved the idea, he too said the tenor of I wasn't at the meeting, but the tenor of how the three land use people took this, they did us more of a favor, because the staff was recommending that they stay as it was. So I think that this is a big move forward.
I'm just not sure why we have to affirm it if we already did a letter stating what we actually supported.
Well, we're affirming now because it's now a review. It's something, a regulation. Before that, it was just a discussion.
I mean, our existing recommendation is already on the record, though. To me, it sounds like to stop it short as only height is missing the big picture of what we recommended in the first place.
It's only we sent the recommendation, right?
Which had to do with not only height, but massing as well, correct?
Staff wanted it not to happen.
I understand.
Took it and put it in a place where it could be voted on by the commissioners.
So can't we just reissue the letter we already did without making it sound like we're chiming in? Nobody really asked for it.
No, it's silly to go back to either we're going to take what we have, or if you want to go back and talk about the rest of it, it could screw the whole deal as far as I'm concerned. And you're not going to get more.
Yeah,
I thought we could get more, and I would rush in.
Because this was such a recent recommendation by the board that was picked up and did go through committee, I don't think this is the best time to issue the same recommendation again. No. But I think we it looks like it's going to go through on consent, which means it's going to be adopted as a policy of the city to require, or at least giving the board an opportunity to give a formal recommendation to the commission. My recommendation would be, let's see how it goes. Again, this doesn't preclude a height increase of 10 feet from being referred to the board. It doesn't preclude a reduction of setbacks, which could impact the massing and scale of a building. So those things can still go to you for recommendation, but it's going to be on a case by case how we do everything now. So I say, basically, take your money and run for the moment. Quit while you're ahead, and then we can always revisit this and see what works and what doesn't work. And this is a step forward.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big foot forward.
It's acknowledgement that your recommendation for a text amendment, which you are not required to review, is valid and important and will be part of the city commission's decision-making process. So, yeah. Okay. I have a couple very quick discussion items. One is...
Do we have to vote on this?
No, there's nothing to vote. There's nothing to vote on.
Well, how does this get back to?
It won't because it's on consent, and we're not going to. If it's pulled from consent and the planning department is asked for testimony, then the planning department, I will let Tom Mooney know, the planning director, that you have agreed to support this resolution. That the board.
Yes, I plan to be there at 8:30.
Okay, excellent. So I think, Nancy, you can explain the board's sentiments around this.
Right, exactly. Okay.
Debbie, is the meeting tomorrow a virtual meeting?
Yes, for all members of the public can join virtually. Two very quick things. The Golden Sands signage at 6901 Collins Avenue, that was removed without a permit, without a certificate of appropriateness. They do have a violation. I am in communications with the Code Compliance Department, who is handling their special master case. So they are at special master. I'm also in communications with the condo association's attorney. And I have good news to report. So one of the reasons why this is taking so long is the condo association did not actually remove the sign. At least that's what they've advised me. They've advised me that the developer, before the developer turned the association over to them, had removed the sign.
Probably.
So they were in negotiations with the developer for the developer to pay for the reinstallation of the sign. I have good news to report. There seems like there's a significant amount of progress on that, and they've come to an agreement, and they have already applied for a building permit to reintroduce the sign. So I'm going to keep on top of it. I'm also going to keep coordinating with Code Compliance and the Special Master, but hopefully it's not too long before we get the sign back. One other quick thing I just wanted to that I forgot to do when we were talking about the Versailles property, specifically the Jack Stewart mural. Because this is not necessarily in your jurisdiction, if it goes to Scott Rakow, I think it would be important to get a formal recommendation from the board. I believe this item will be going to the neighborhoods commission committee for their input. So if the board, what I seem to have observed was a general support for the exploration of putting this on the Scott Rakow Youth Center. Obviously, we need to analyze it a lot more in terms of the size, the scale, the exact location, and the structure of the building, how it's going to be done. But I would appreciate, if that's the case, maybe it just having a motion to formally support the introduction of that Jack Stewart mural at the Scott Rakow Center.
I'd make that motion for the city to explore the possibilities of installing, relocating and installing the Stewart sculpture, Apollo sculpture, to the eastern and northeastern facade of the Scott Rakow Youth Center, and to provide some accurate elevation and perspective studies showing it in its new location.
Okay. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you. So we can transmit that to the neighborhoods committee. That is all I had.
Debbie, just one note before we get to the Save Our Historic Houses discussion or beginning of it. I've been informed, I have not seen it, but I've been informed that 2740 North Bay Road has been demolished. So it's now incumbent upon us to watch it.
2740.
The owner reconstructs it as we approved 2-3 years ago.
2740.
It was the owner of the National Hotel, I think.
Great.
The lady, they came to us.
Correct. That was, the applicant was Delphine Dre.
Yes.
So that I will check into that. Thank you for the update. I appreciate that. It's hard for me to get everywhere in the city. And we will confirm that, number one, they have the proper permits issued, and that the reconstruction plan is in accordance with the board order. But thank you for that update, Jack.
And if we could, Daniel Seraldo would like to make a comment about the Save the Historic Homes issue, because I think they would volunteer to assist in drawing up a list for the city.
Okay, I see Daniel Serraldo has his hand up. So, Daniel.
Oh, thank you, Debbie, and thank you, Chair Finglass, for bringing this issue up. As many of you know, this is an issue that's been ongoing within our city for a better part of the last 10 years, as our city has seen a lot of people moving down, and we continue not to have even a simple list of historically significant properties. I know that in the past that's been discussed at this board. MDPL has maintained its position in support of the Coral Gables style ordinance, which would be more comprehensive and protect buildings on a case-by-case basis. However, recently with a rush of, I guess they're being called the tech bros, the Silicon Valley people that are moving to Florida, we're seeing a lot more people asking us, what are the historical homes? What are the ones that we should pay attention to? And then on the flip side, a lot of these homes are coming to the design review board. And when we go to meet with the owners, they inform us that they were never told that, you know, the home had historical or architectural significance. So this is a problem that will continue until the HP board, furthers its work and its survey work. And so on that note, just based on what the chair mentioned, we would be happy to work with the staff. We have some research of the existing houses, and we could possibly work with the staff and share a report with the board so that at least this would be the start of having a database and a survey. We all know with preservation that surveys are usually the first step. Unfortunately, the city never really got around to that in the single family neighborhoods, but I think with everything going on, now is as good a time as any to, to start beginning that process and at least having that survey, that first step, and then deciding what the next step would be. So thank you for your time, and I hope you'll move this forward.
Debbie,
Debbie,
Jack. I'd just like you to know that when the preservation movement started to pick up back in the 70s, always the question was asked of whoever was coming, whether or not it was historically significant, that it was. They weren't listed, but they were given. The staff at the time would always suggest, yes, it's historically significant. No, it's not. That was the beginning of the movement, and that continued for a while. And like everything else, we have forgotten about a lot of the good things that used to happen that don't happen anymore. So I think maybe it should be brought to somebody to understand that that's what they should be doing over at the Design Review Board. They should ask before they just do what they do. Or is that asking too much?
We can never ask for too much.
Okay, good. Then we should ask.
Debbie, how should we start this?
Well, there's a lot of ideas that were thrown out in a very brief period of time. So first of all, we do, staff, I can tell you, the planning department, we do evaluations currently for architectural significance. That is when a home built prior to 1942 is request for demolition. Then it goes to the Design Review Board if it's an architecturally significant. So we do on a case-by-case basis prior to demolition permits an evaluation. That is done by planning department staff. And when it goes to the Design Review Board, it is noted if it is architecturally significant. The biggest issue is, and I think the biggest frustration with some preservationists, is the Design Review Board does not have the authority to deny demolition. So the board, goes to the Design Review Board, and staff will let the board know that this is a architecturally significant home, but the design review board cannot deny the demolition. Now, I can tell you also from my perspective is that we do meet with single family homeowners all the time, both staff of the design review board and I do as well. I field a lot of phone calls. We do let them know the benefits and incentives that are eligible if you designate your home historic or if you just retain your home and add to it. You don't even have to necessarily designate it in cases. You can just propose to retain it and add on to it. And we do advise everyone of the incentives. So I just wanted to clarify that. Now, if the board, and I heard MDPL's, and I see your sign, Jack. I heard MDPL's recommendations. Wanted the city, for example, to do a comprehensive survey of the homes located within single-family residential districts. A comprehensive survey looking for architectural or potential architectural or historical resources. The board could make a recommendation to the city commission that they allocate resources to the planning department to be able to do that type of survey. There are over 5,000 single-family parcels within the city of Miami Beach, that ranging from South Beach all the way, almost to the northern boundary of our city. So that would be an extensive undertaking. I'm very thankful that the Miami Design Preservation League has offered their assistance, but that would be a policy discussion that the city commission could make. This board could make, could just make a recommendation. You could not direct the planning department in your capacity to perform that work.
I'm sorry, question, is that something that MDPL could take on and offer to the city? MDPL,
is more than welcome to. I know they've been looking at the architectural district and resurveying that. They've done some exceptional work. They're also one of the entities that are expressly listed in the city code to actually propose designations. So they could not only do the survey, they could actually submit applications for historic designation to the Historic Preservation Board. That is within their authority as an organization.
Debbie, I don't know how the city works with this, but I don't want this issue punted to somebody else. I think we have to make a motion and ask the city to get the ball rolling on this with MDPL and be forcefully assertive. So we get this thing started and that just doesn't go back and forth between different boards and different commissions and the commission. How do we do that?
Well, you would make a motion to make a recommendation to the mayor and city commission.
Okay.
And then we would transmit your recommendation to the mayor and city commission, and it would be up to one of the 7 members to put it on an agenda for further discussion.
Right. It's the same idea as what we did, and we were successful.
Exactly.
So I would, Jack, unless you want to do it, I would move that we go in that direction.
So I'm not 100% clear yet. It sounds like you want to make a motion to recommend that the mayor and city commission explore allocating resources to the planning department in order to perform a comprehensive survey for architectural and historical significance of the single-family residential neighborhoods within the city.
Daniel has some input for this too. If we could let him speak for 1 minute.
Okay. I guess you're getting that information beamed to you, Daniel.
I am. Like you, non. Okay.
Thank you. We're on preservation telepathy. No, I just wanted to say only because we've been through this rodeo before, and I have utmost respect for the city staff. But when there are other surveys done of areas, I don't recall in my about 10 years here that it's gone to the city to ask for funding. So, I would hate to do that, and then we're waiting for the city. The HP board has very powerful ability to study things. And so maybe there's a middle ground. Maybe, you know, we could keep it here at the HP board and discuss it, not send it to the city. And then unfortunately what happens is you have a few realtors that start getting drummed up. And I think that sort of even they'll try to prevent any research about it. So I would just encourage you all to you know, think piece by piece and not try to get some big funding from the city, which might hurt rather than help the efforts at this stage. Thank you.
And I'll just point out that this would be a policy decision that the city commission would have to make if planning department, or, you know, we have resources regardless of whether we get more or not to allocate the amount of time it would take to survey all the single family neighborhoods with our current workload. I can let you know right now would be years. It would probably be 2 years before we could come up and get you any sort of information about any of these 5,000 plus properties.
No, and
so, you know, we need, it can't just be the board directing staff to go find the best 100 single family homes. That's just not, that's not something that that the board can appropriately direct us to do.
Okay, I would just say, I don't know if the attorney's there, or anyone who's an attorney who reads the code, the HP board specifically is actually able to do that. So if you want me, we can defer this.
The board can make recommendations for designation.
Right.
The board can actually propose historic designations, as we recently did with the North Beach Band Shell. So that is definitely within your purview. But this is not. Maybe I'm not understanding what you want the planning department to do, but it sounds like you want us to do a comprehensive survey of all of the single family neighborhoods and pick the best ones.
Well, the ones that we all could agree are the most threatened, so it doesn't take years and years, because by that time they would be gone.
I mean, for me to identify the most threatened, I would have to look at them all to give you a professional recommendation on what's threatened and what's not.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Am I coming through?
I'm in.
Yeah, so there's already wording in the review process for pre-1942 homes, correct?
That is correct.
And what is the process that takes place for a pre-1942 home if it happens to be determined to be significant?
That's a great question. So the process is, and typically we get involved reasonably early on, is if someone is proposing, sometimes this is caught at building permit, but usually this is caught much earlier than building permit, to totally demolish or significantly demolish, in many cases, a pre-1942 home. So the city knows, has a list of the building records. So when we look up an address, we know when it was built. If the home was built prior to 1942 and they want to totally demolish it, then the planning department staff actually goes out to the site and performs what is called a determination of architectural significance. It's a formal process. The neighbors are also notified of this process. Then staff releases their report, whether or not they believe the home is architecturally significant. And there are review criteria that they're required to evaluate the property in accordance with. If it is determined to be architecturally significant and they want to propose total demolition, they go through the design review board process. If it's determined to be architecturally significant and they want to retain the building, then they're eligible for the incentives, which a lot of the time can be reviewed and approved administratively. So that's how the current process functions.
So what if there's maybe one part of this? The first step would be to try to extend beyond 1942, say like 1960, 1959, so that significant buildings don't get overlooked.
That's something that would be a text amendment, and that's something the board could recommend. There is something in the ordinance currently which doesn't require buildings constructed prior to 1965, but which allows buildings constructed prior to 1965, which captured the post-war period, to avail themselves of an architectural significance determination if they want to if they want to take advantage of the incentives. So what you're saying is maybe take that 1965 number and roll that into the demolition regulations.
Well, it seems like that's something that can be done quickly, right? I mean, that would not take.
That would be a text amendment. So you could make that recommendation to the mayor and city commission, and then they would, need to, one of them would need to support that recommendation and refer that to committee or planning board.
Debbie, I think we need some time to organize this in a way that will get the most bang for our buck before it goes anywhere else. And I'm more than willing to work with MDPL over the next few weeks to put together something that has some depth and teeth, so we're sure it won't be killed by various and sundry persons who might not be with us on this.
Okay, and it's my understanding, I don't have, and I can bring you back some more specific information, but I think the design review board themselves have made certain recommendations. Because I know they're concerned about the loss of some of these homes, and they've expressed that at their, over the past few months. So I can also bring back to you what, if any, recommendations they have made, so that we can understand the entire picture.
Great. We'll work on this.
Confirm those sentiments from Debbie, because I do preside over the design review board, and that is an issue that they are well aware of and they have discussed over the last few months.
Rick, you had something?
Yeah, I wanted to mention that at the University of Miami, the Center for Urban and Community Design has assisted the city of Coral Gables in the past to survey an extensive number of residences in a similar effort. And I happen to be part of that organization and have led those efforts. I just wanted to put it out there in case we needed to assist the city or MDPL, we could put students to work and cover a lot of ground very quickly doing digital sidewalk surveys. Goes very fast. And, we could put the information in your hands then to determine what to do next. But just wanted to let you know that we could supply some manpower if you needed it.
That's great. Thank you.
Good job.
We'll be in touch with you.
I think the university is a great resource. I know in the mid 80s, I worked on a historic survey in North Florida that was a graduate project, a thesis project for a graduate student, and I was an assistant on that.
Great. Well, you can help us too.
I wasn't volunteering that, just the manpower's out there.
Okay, well, good. Does anybody else have anything to say?
I do.
Sure.
Yes, so I was hoping to add a discussion item for us pertaining to the commercial area of the Normandy Isle National Register District. Debbie, you could correct me if I'm wrong in anything I state, but the Normandy Isle National Register District was cataloged and added to the National Register, I believe, in 2007. Over the years, the city proceeded in locally designating a portion of the RM1, creating a conservation district overlay for the entire RM1 area of the National Register District. However, the commercial area of the Normandy Isles National Register District has no local protection and has no zoning incentives to incentivize retaining historic buildings. So if in the future we get or people propose demolishing these buildings in the National Register District, there's really, again, no protections, no incentives. So what I'm proposing is that we start with the first step of possibly discussing what kind of zoning incentives could be created to try to save that commercial district from being incrementally demolished, which again is already cataloged. It's already a part of the National Register, but again, there's no protection, no incentives. And I think that it's time that we look at those areas and see what can be done before those structures start being proposed for demolition.
That sounds really good, Kirk.
So what I would recommend is that if the board agrees that we put that on as a future discussion item, so that I think, Kirk's point is that when we did the conservation district overlay, we looked at the RM1 only. And we have a lot of incentives, not only in local districts, but also just within the National Register district outside of the local districts. So I think, it's an interesting concept if you want to look at incentives for retaining contributing buildings in the CD2 as some sort of an overlay. And I think that that's a good thing to start thinking about and think about, recommendations that you may want to make for the city commission to consider.
Okay,
so,
we're not going to let this sit. So if it could be put on next month's agenda.
We'll put for next month for the discussion items, we can continue discussing the single family home neighborhoods and potential survey of those neighborhoods. And we can also put this item regarding the CD2, the Normandy Isles incentives.
Certainly. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Anything else, Debbie?
I do not have anything else. Max, I think you have something?
Yeah, just to follow up on our discussion from earlier today about the pump station emergency generators design criteria, if that's something, if we have some time to add that to the list.
I think we should add that to the list. I think that's important so that, we don't end up in this hamster wheel with CIP and Public Works, that we have a better understanding. That will likely not be able to come back next month. I want to get some of the other departments' input on that. But yes, we will definitely add that to the list of discussion items and bring that back to you as soon as possible.
Great, thank you. Anything else?
And I'm sorry, we did not break for lunch, so I apologize.
Oh, goodbye.
We're so busy.
I apologize to everyone. We'll do better next month. We'll pick up the pace a little. Okay, guys, I know I want to thank city staff, Jessica, PJ, Jake, everyone over at the convention center, Victor, Monique, and that's it. We will see you guys next month.
Thank you.
Okay, motion to adjourn.
So made.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
All right, see you guys next month. Bye.
Bye.
Lovely, thanks.